Good morning, everybody. It is 9:07, Thursday, March 14th, 2024, and I am calling to order the meeting of the Los Angeles County Probation Oversight Commission. I am Eduardo Mundo, Chair of the Commission on. Thank you all for joining us. Now I will turn it over to Wendy Julian, our Executive Director, to explain how you can participate during today's meeting, and then she will call the roll.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Mundo. As always, the Probation Oversight Commission encourages real public participation by all of our stakeholders in our meetings. We would love to see your comments live here in person, online, on WebEx, and in writing today. The way we're going to do this is that we'll have each agenda item come forward. There will be a presentation, if any, given by the panelists. Then there will be public comment, and the commissioners will have an opportunity to comment. The chair is going to ensure that the public comments are done in a way that the commissioners are able to both consider them before any vote and also respond to them if necessary. And if there are if there are too many people signed up for public comment, we may reduce the time. The chair will make that decision based on each agenda item. If I could remind the panelists and the public commenters, we have generally over hundreds of people that are watching online. If you could please carefully speak directly into the microphones, that allows the people who are online to have a more full participation and hear you clearly. I'd like to ask those who are making public comment to please stop speaking immediately when your time ends. I really hate cutting people off, but I will for the purpose of fairness and moving along in our meeting. And please make sure that your public comment relates to the subject matter of the item that we're talking about. If you want to make general public comment about another item, we really encourage you to do that. We'll have a whole opportunity for that at the end of the meeting under public comment. If you're here in person, we'll tell you when you can approach the podium, and we'll just take you in the order in which you line up. If you've joined via WebEx or by the telephone, please use the little raise your hand button at the bottom of the screen. You just tap on the little hand icon and it will raise your hand and we'll call on you. If you're calling in, you dial *3 on your phone and that raises your hand for you on WebEx. But once we call your phone number, you have to dial *6 to unmute yourself. And don't worry, I'll remind you of that when we get to public comment. If you'd like to make your comment in writing, please send us an email to info@poc.lacounty.gov. Please don't send public comments in the chat. Only the host sees it, the commissioners don't see it, and it doesn't comply with the Brown Act, and it won't be part of the public record. But if you have any technical trouble or you're not able to raise your hand, send a message in the chat, and that way we'll be able to call your name and get you to be able to comment. We're being broadcast live on YouTube today, but there is no engagement with users, and you can't comment on YouTube. Well, maybe you can comment, but we're not going to respond to your comment. We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can watch the meeting live. You can watch recaps and recordings. You can also follow our social media accounts on Facebook, Instagram, LA County POC for all the information about our meetings and town halls. Buenos días, bienvenidos a la reunión. Se ha iniciado ya la conferencia por WebEx y también aquí en persona. Si le gustaría hacer un comentario público después de la cuestión en la agenda, necesita hacer clic en la imagen de la mano que está a la parte baja de la pantalla y le llamaremos a su nombre. Si está escuchando la conferencia por teléfono, tiene que marcar *3 y esto levanta su mano y le llamaremos por su teléfono. Le damos una bienvenida y queremos ofrecerles traducción si quiere hacer su comentario en español, o también usted puede proveer su propio traductor. Nomás al iniciar su comentario, avísenos que quiere hacer su comentario en español, le damos el doble de tiempo para que pueda hacer su comentario y también traducirlo. I am going to call the roll. Commissioner Dolores Canales is absent. Commissioner Carrillo? Commissioner Garcia-Lays is absent. Commissioner Jackson? I'm very happy for you to be here, and I know that your fellow commissioners share that. Commissioner Kakani?
Here.
Commissioner Lewis? Commissioner Meredith is absent. Commissioner Terry? And Chair Mundo.
There.
Okay, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, thank you, Wendy. Let's proceed with item 2, the approval of the February 8th meeting minutes. Wendy, do we have any written public comments or live public comments for item 2?
No written public comments. If you'd like to make live public comments on the minutes, please do so or raise your hand on WebEx. Seeing none.
Okay, may I have a motion to approve the February 8th meeting minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve our last meeting's minutes.
Do I have-
February 8th.
Do I have a second? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Kakani, seconded by Commissioner Carrillo. Are there any changes to the minutes? Hearing none? Hearing none, sorry, I preempted that. Commissioners, please unmute yourselves and vote with a voice vote. Anyone opposed, any abstentions? Motion carries.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Okay, agenda item 3 calls for the PLC to create an ad hoc committee to review probation's procedures, training and oversight of its filing of new charges against youth housed in juvenile secured facilities. This is in response to information provided by Chief Deputy Epps during our last meeting regarding the number of cases presented to the DA for filing. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments?
I just would, I'd like to know what the subcommittee wants to achieve by coming together. Like, what's going to be the goal?
The goal of the ad hoc committee is just to get an understanding of the process and to make sure that there are procedures in place that protect fairness and to get a data flow going so we understand monthly how many times youth in the facilities are being charged with crimes. Any other questions or comments, commissioners? Wendy, do we have any written or live public comments for item 3?
I believe we do not. I'm looking at Janae. No written public comments. Any live public comments? Anyone want, please, welcome. We're going to start with in-person public comments, and then if you want to make public comments on the WebEx, then go ahead and use the raise your hand function. I'm going to start the timer, and I'll let you know when it's over. Please begin.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Bernadette Martinez. My son is in the juvenile delinquency system, and I definitely support that subcommittee in regards to finding out the processes. My son had to take a felony because he was afraid of his enemies being incarcerated with him. So that's definitely something that would benefit the juveniles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Janae. We do have one written public comment that's attached to the agenda and has been sent to the commissioners. Any online public comments? No. Okay.
So commissioners, one more opportunity for any questions or comments. Commissioner Lewis?
Microphone check. Good morning, everyone. I'm curious, the item that, for item 3, the written comment that was submitted, and this might be for the Inspector General, the allegation that staff sat and allowed this to happen, the packouts. Has there been review of videos to determine if this is true or not? And the reason why I'm asking is the whole purpose for the ad hoc committee is to determine fairness. If I'm staff and I'm sworn staff and I'm supposed to ensure the safety of our youth, and I don't do anything to stop these incidents and may even help them, maybe even help perpetuate them, has that the videos of these different incidents been reviewed? And if so, I know you can't comment on if there's an investigation. I'm not sure how to put this. Have measures been taken to make sure that this does not continue to happen? I think would be the best way for me to put it.
Good morning, Commissioner Lewis. I don't know specifically which situation this is. I have seen some other situations involving youth on youth violence. I will have to find out specifically this case, but we have been reviewing that and are working on making sure that it does not happen. I can't go into detail the discussions that I've had and my staff has had, but we are aware of the situation. But I will look at this situation. I don't know about this particular one that's referenced, but I've seen others.
Thank you. One more. And this may be for Deputy Chief Epps. As I recall, some staff were walked off or suspended on administrative leave for allowing this to happen. Allowing it to happen, perpetuating it, and then charging youth just logically doesn't seem fair. Are we making sure that that's not happening? Because if staff are being suspended, I would assume that staff are suspended because there's something that triggered that. And if staff are suspended and now we're charging youth for jumping on each other and doing harm, does that, I mean, just logically, I would assume that youth would not be being charged for instances that occurred because staff was more culpable.
In response to your question, Commissioner Lewis, I think it's a wholesale concept that may perhaps case-by-case incidents are being rolled into one generalized statement. So I will say what happens is in review of any incidents at the facility involving youth or assaults, one-to-one fights, packouts, anything, there is a case-by-case review. And then the responses are according to that, whether that's actions involving staff, whether that's actions that are taken involving youth. So I'd have to know specifically what case you're talking about, because all of the cases are not the same. They're different incidents reviewed in that way, differently, depending on what's involved.
Then I would say the specific would be the one that required 6 to 8 staff to be suspended because they either allowed it or perpetuated it. I don't have access to the recordings. I just go by the reports that I read. And I know staff have been suspended, I think with pay at that. And so if this is the case, why would we charge you? Like, was it separate incidents? I don't have access to the video recording, so I don't know if it's separate incidents. I just know the quote unquote fight clubs or whatever that were happening in Los Padrinos. Are those multiple cases? I don't know. But if we have multiple staff that have been suspended, then there has to be a reason for them being suspended. And if there's a reason for them being suspended, why are we holding the youth accountable for something that may not have happened if sworn peace officers had done what they were supposed to do?
So we know as reported, there's been one case referred out for investigation. So I won't comment specifically on that particular situation. It was referred out externally to be reviewed. However, any other cases would need to be discussed case by case, specific to whatever you're asking for those. I don't know that that fully answers your question.
It does not. I have 6 to 8 peace officers that are on suspension for something that's connected to packouts. Youth are being charged for these incidents. It logically, to me, okay, from my lived experience, if a correctional officer did that, he'd be fired. There'd be an investigation, he'd be fired, and we'd still be charged as adults for participating in a riot or whatever it is. Because these are juveniles and they're in our care and we're responsible for them, I think the culpability would be higher for the peace officers that are supposed to make sure that this doesn't happen. So the question, I guess, would boil down to this. Is there a way possibly, and maybe this is a DA question, if staff are causing this to happen, then we should pause on charging youth for being involved with it. That's like if I know 2 young people are in 2 rival gangs and I intentionally put them in the same unit and one gets harmed, who's actually at fault?
So first, let me clarify. So you're saying this situation where people may have been referred for any type of investigation, your assumption is that youth are also in conjunction with this particular incident being charged criminally?
That's part of what was at our last meeting. We talked about that, the number of youth that were being charged for packouts, for one-on-ones. At the same time, we also had staff that were accused of being involved at some level. I don't have the information of what level they were involved in or been able to visually see this, but we all are aware that they're on administrative leave.
So what we talked about at the last meeting was the report of new criminal filings at either Barry J. or at LP. That the discussion was not specific to this incident that you're talking about. Those particular charges were from June to January of 2024. But there was no discussion specifically relating it to anything that had been referred. So we did talk about new criminal filings. There was questions about that, but nothing said as a result of this alleged incident, there were criminal filings. I don't think it's a problem for me to say that anything where we've referred officers for anything, any incident, as a result of that, where youth had a new criminal filing. So I don't know where that's coming from. Perhaps I'm missing something. Maybe there's something in the discussion that I missed for the new criminal filings, but there was nothing that said, hey, there's a staff behavior here, and as a result of that behavior or interrelated to that behavior, there were new criminal filings. If you want me to bring, I can get additional information, or maybe I'm just not fully understanding the roundabout way this is being discussed.
Okay, I don't want to take up much more time. What I'll do is I'll repackage it and send it to our executive director and chair, and we can take it from there.
Thank you.
Chair,
If
may I
I
have
may,
just one quick-
Commissioner, Lewis, that and those questions are relevant, and that's actually going to be the foundation of the ad hoc meeting to make sure that there's a process that's transparent and that we know that if a youth is referred to the DA for filing, that the circumstances were not aided by what probation did or failed to do.
Thank you.
Because that's the underlying context of the fairness part. So everybody understands that if this does occur, that it was under the guise of the youth actually did commit a crime that was not aided at all. So Commissioner Jackson, were you gonna say?
That's Commissioner Carrillo.
Oh, Carrillo, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple questions. It says specifically for Los Padrinos. Is this policy specifically a Los Padrinos policy, or is this a juvenile facility approach? Ms. Epps? Because I would assume it's for the entire juvenile department, right?
You're talking about the new criminal filings?
I'm looking at our notes here about the ad hoc sort of parameters. And I just want to make sure that if there's a filing anywhere, if it's a camp, if it's SYTF, if it's Kirby, that we're talking about the entire department, not just Los Padrinos. That's internally, I guess it's for you, Chair.
Yeah, the ad hoc will encompass all facilities. The procedures, practices, making sure that they're consistent throughout the secure youth track, the camps, Dirty Kirby, and the juvenile hall.
Okay, so my second question is, there's obviously already a policy in place. We're just going to be privy to seeing that policy?
We're hoping that we get access to that, and we're hoping that viewing it through a different set of eyes, we can help improve it or point out where there are issues that we think should be addressed. And also, it's the data component that's really important too. And the process itself, who decides, is there a committee or is it just one individual person? If there are multiple people, are they all practicing the same policies? I mean, are they doing it in the same manner?
So just to be clear, and correct me if I'm wrong, So you're saying that the decision maker in Los Padrinos is using the same standard at Kirby?
Yes.
So we want to just make sure that there's a standard across the department on how to potentially charge someone with, or maybe charge them by submitting to the DA's office?
Yeah.
So
well,
how far
it's
are we
actually
going with
just
this?
submitting a request for petition so that they're all practicing the same policies and the same procedures.
Are we also getting involved with what the DA does, or is it just strictly what?
No, that's out of our purview, but it would be nice to find out how many times probation submits a request for petition and how many times they're actually filed by the DA.
Got it.
That would be a nice piece of the data component.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kokani?
Thanks, Chair Mundo. Sorry, quick question. Can you just clarify, Deputy Epps, I'm not sure if I heard correctly. So you're saying and maybe I didn't actually hear it all. Is it the case that any time that there are disciplinary proceedings against staff that may or may not be connected to something that is connected to a young person kind of engaging something that may have otherwise been referred to the DA, that the probation department's position is that they don't charge the young person? Did I hear that correctly?
The only time, well, I'll say a couple things. So if there is a behavior that results in a new crime,
Mhm.
it's a separately reviewed issue. There's a new crime. But interrelated, so hey, when you're saying, because what I'm hearing is there's discussion is going, hey, there's potentially staff misconduct. As a result of this staff misconduct, kids are being charged with crimes. So I can tell you in what I've reviewed and what the report that I asked for here, hey, can you send me all the new filings? I didn't specifically review, like, how many times was staff involved in these? But what I did see is that they were standalone filings. I guess I can say on the surface, I can go back and look. These were assaults. They were either assaults on staff, assaults one-to-one on kids, and as I said, multiple kids attacking one victim.
Sure.
So that's what I saw, but I didn't review for those because,
Okay.
like I said, it was from, I think, June, going from memory, June to January. So I will tell you that the process at LP is a standalone process. There is not a consistent process for filing consideration across the department. Maybe that's because the incidents have been much higher at LP. There does need to be a consistent process, but it is a process that, hey, they look at it for filing and they follow a process. But I've not seen the number of incidents at any other facility. There are incidents, of course, but not as high as at LP that require the number of filings.
Okay. Thanks. That's it.
Commissioners? May I have a motion?
Chair Mundo, may I?
Yes.
Excuse me, may I clarify my earlier answer to Commissioner Lewis? After hearing the information more, I am aware of that situation where there were 8 members walked off. And I believe that's the incident that was reported in the news. Is that what you're referring to, Commissioner Lewis?
Correct.
Okay. I reviewed that video and my understanding, I've not heard that any of those youths were criminally charged. That may have changed, but I've not heard that that has happened. I think that might be what Ms. Epps is saying. And my understanding is there are other situations where there have been some youth that have been charged. But as far as that situation where it seems as if there's significant staff misconduct, I've not been informed that there were any criminal filings of any youths involved in that. So I just wanted to clarify that for you. But we will continue to monitor that as well, though.
Thank you.
So no, you're correct. For that, no. There were no youth that had any charges filed against them.
Commissioner Creel?
Thank you, Chair. You know, obviously everyone has watched the news the last few days with the arrest of a female staff at Kirby. Obviously it's all unfolding and obviously the investigations are going to follow. But maybe not specifically dealing with that case, but just hypothetically, if there is a staff member who is engaging in a relationship with a youth, does the youth, is there a internal policy that the youth is in trouble for that? if he's a minor or she's a minor? Is there a crime that is triggered by that?
No, not generally, no, no. They're a victim in those cases. So that would be a PREA incident, under the Prison Rape Elimination Act, they would be a victim. So if we deal purely with certain circumstances where there's the inappropriate relationship, a youth doesn't have the presence of mind, especially when you're in care in any incident, not talking specific to that incident, to engage in a sexual relationship or potentially sexually relationship with staff, whether it's grooming or any of those things. That's criminal behavior, and the youth is a victim, so they are not charged.
Thank you, Ms. Epps. I really appreciate your response.
You're welcome.
Great questions, and this is what the ad hoc committee will be reviewing. May I have a motion and a second to create the ad hoc committee? Commissioner Kokani?
I'll make the motion to create the ad hoc committee dedicated to looking at the process, consistency or lack thereof, connected to the new filings against young folks who are currently incarcerated.
Second to a motion.
Okay, so we have a first, first by Commissioner Kokani and a second by Commissioner Lewis. Wendy, please call the roll for the vote.
Thank you. Please vote yes, no, or abstain on the motion to create the ad hoc subcommittee on new charges against youth in the locked facilities. Commissioner Carrillo? Commissioner Jackson? Commissioner Kokani? Commissioner Lewis?
Yes.
Commissioner Terry? And Chair Mundo. The motion passes unanimously with Commissioners Meredith, Garcia-Leyes, and Canales being absent.
Okay, agenda item number 4. The Board of State and Community Corrections findings regarding probation's noncompliance with Title 15 at Barry J. Nordoff Secure Youth Treatment Facility and Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall. Probation will report on their progress in reaching compliance with the BSCC before the April deadline about plans to reduce the population at Los Padrinos and plan for the possible evacuation of both facilities. Here to present on this item are Chief Deputy Kimberly Epps and Deputy Director Felicia Cotton. Welcome.
Good morning. We'll start with the plan on reducing the population, which will be presented by Deputy Director Felicia Cotton.
Good morning, Commissioners, Chair, and Executive Director. As you know, we reported out previously on our efforts. These are continued efforts, some now enhanced given some of the issues facing the department. So you have a handout, and it starts with one enhancement that we have that has rendered and yielded great outcomes. We have placed 3 ZIP, what we call ZIP deputies. Those are Zero Incarceration Placement Program, Deputy ZIPP, on site at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall with the sole responsibility of working with our courts, our STRTPs. Those are formerly known as group homes where our young people can be placed. We have seen an overall decrease in the number of youth that wait for placement, about 50%, where it previously would take about 7 days to get kids moved. We're seeing them moved sometimes even in 24 hours and sometimes up to 2 days. This process also allows pre-screening for young people to be screened prior to disposition, number one, and we then report back to the court that the young person has been screened and accepted, and that accelerates the disposition at that time. Once the probation officer sends an information to court officer or a supplemental report, that court date, which is usually somewhere between 5 to 10 days off, is advanced and vacated, and that young person can be, as our term, zipped off to their next setting. So we've seen great progress with that. We put enhancements around it up to and including 3 to 4 deputies on site. That 4th deputy handles our out-of-county youth that are detained in our facility to move them on as well. So our next one is that, that same team, we're going to look at embedding family finding early on for young people that do not have those connections, those family connections, where we believe that we could get a different recommendation for a relative or non-relative for this young person. We want to start that process much earlier on. So you will see that enhancement coming on board. As well as we have Bureau Chief to report out on our multidisciplinary collaborative with probation, as well as the district attorney, our defense groups, DMH, and several other partners. DYD participates in cases where we have youth that have been detained for long periods of time to come up with unique and different opportunities and options for the court to consider for those young people to be released. We've had up to 40, of which all have been released to date. There are 2, I believe, on calendar for tomorrow. And it challenges also DCFS. I didn't mention that they are also on board. And what it does is it brings the county family together, all child serving partners, to leverage resources and ideas to come up with ways that we can get youth released. This really works well for youth with complex care issues, where we really need to come up with a very unique strategy that are really decomposing in our juvenile facility and really in need of a more therapeutic environment. The next one you have is a weekly executive meeting where bureau chiefs meet with their counterparts at DCFS, and they go over cases that are pending court hearings, specifically those that we believe where the court may want an immediate release of that young person, where we don't have to rely on juvenile hall because we don't have placements. So we try to clear those ahead of time to make sure that we are engaging youth that have that DCFS. We're now not only looking at cases with court hearings upcoming, we're looking at all of our DCFS youth. So a lot of effort is being put around that. And finally, what we would need to do, and we have not done, the process I don't know if many of you are familiar with, that we utilize for DJJ, is where and that's the Division of Juvenile Justice. When they closed and realigned youth back to the county, our Superior Court had dedicated court dates where they would just hear cases that were ready to be disposed, and we were able to successfully have all our young people move from those facilities into more appropriate, whether it be a step down, whether it be our Barry J. Nightoff SYTF, our Campus Kilpatrick, or other step down opportunities, and even home with supportive services. So we're looking at maybe perhaps if the issue needs to be pressed to that extent, that we would coordinate with Superior Court to see if we could have dedicated days for those young people that are close to a disposition, that we could accelerate those dispos and have those young people that are currently detained moved on to more therapeutic environments, up to and including home with relatives with supportive care. So that's kind of an overview of some of the efforts that are occurring. Some of them you're familiar with. Again, we're enhancing those, and we do intend to keep these strategies on board ongoing because we are interested in keeping this population as low as possible and moving our youth on.
That's a lot to unpack. Commissioners, would you like to ask questions in this area first, and then we'll listen to Ms. Epps? Nope. Okay.
I have questions. I mean, I'm happy to wait, whatever.
All right. Okay, Ms. Epps.
So we've been working hard. First, I want to say thank you to all of our staff at all of our facilities, our superintendents, Jocelyn Roman and Tracy Novak, for their leadership in working with this. So as you know, we had the determination of unsuitability at Barry J and at LP. Since that time, we've put in a plan to come into compliance that started with a visit to BSCC to discuss, to get clarifying questions around all of the places or points of noncompliance, around all of the points for noncompliance. That was on February 27th. Attending that meeting was Deputy Director Sheila Williams, our Senior County Counsel, our Assistant County Counsel, Superintendent Tracy Novak, Assistant Superintendent Stephen Cuevas, and myself. We were able to have a 4-hour meeting with BSCC to go over point by point the areas of noncompliance. We discussed what things, proof of practice, which proves that you're actually doing the things in support of those regulations that are required, documentation to get clarifying questions on what proof of practice is acceptable. We talked about some of the policies. An example I can give you, internally in LA County probation, there were 2 policies around searches. One policy was a detention policy, which said to search all rooms, every shift, in all common areas. Well, it's kind of redundant doing all these searches, right? Necessary, but does it need to be both shifts all the time? Then you had a departmental policy that said 2 searches every shift. So what we did is any policy that's interrelated to us coming into compliance in those issues, looking at safety checks, looking at room confinement, looking at searches, working to update those policies so that there's consistency. Because during the inspection process, your Title 15 regulation is what's being reviewed for, but you're also held to whatever it is you're putting in your policy. So it doesn't help to have any inconsistencies that overreach or underreach or not consistent with the policy, with the regulation in some cases. So now currently, the minimum requirement that we have internally is 2 random room searches every day on each shift, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Now, anything we want to do internally as a departmental order or as a facility directive or order from the superintendent is just gravy on top of that. So looking very closely at those policies and bringing them into, realigning them to do that. Also talked about the training. One thing is we have a lot of people to train, and I'll talk about the numbers in a few. So we're now able to, because per our policy, we have 16 hours of training to do in things like use of force. Knowing we're going to do half of that training at the front end and then the remaining balance of training for personnel in certain things by June 30th, which is in our policy and does comply with that. We're still waiting to get cleared on training because we have to have all of our people done. But just clarifying in that policy is a tremendous help because of the number of people that we have to put through trainings. BSCC actually conducted an on-site visit at Los Padrinos and Barry J. 1 week after our visit there to do the 4-hour meeting with BSCC in Sacramento. So that was on Friday, March 1st. And we discussed the meeting that had been held on the 27th, began to talk about next steps. We are now receiving weekly ongoing technical assistance from BSCC as we are working on improving how we're doing the safety checks, reviewing room confinement, and all of the areas where we have been non-compliant. So we're in constant communication on how those things are working out. So internally, we immediately implemented a strategic compliance plan for both facilities. And attached to the report that was submitted today, we included CAPs, the corrective action plans. Those are internal CAPs, but those are in the same format that we would have submitted to BSCC, going through all of the areas of noncompliance, what the issues are, what our plan is internally to correct them. Then we spent probably a week just going through what had been developed by each of the superintendents. Following the development of those CAPs, we spent another week simply going over what will be the proof of practice in each of those areas. What are processes that need to be improved internally? One thing I can speak very specifically to is safety checks. What are we doing in the safety checks? So it's a small handheld device. You go, you click the rooms. If there's in, if a person's out, you still click for out when you log on to the system. One thing that we felt is time consuming and a barrier, there's notes put directly into that handheld device. So it can sometimes create a delays for staff. It sometimes gives a misread and presents as if there's lulls where room checks, it may have appeared that room checks were not being done, and you have to go through a tremendous amount of paperwork to say, hey, these were done. Also, using supervisors in a different way. They were already checking the safety checks, but now at the end of every shift, were the safety checks done? If they're saying there's something off in the timing or it's appearing that they're not done, we need a memo from the supervisor listing every staff that was working and what is the reason for the safety check. Is it that we forgot to mark a kid out? And these things will also be turned in as our proof of practice. So we are now at a point where we are reviewing this weekly. Our compliance group, strategic compliance team, meets every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday to discuss these things. Every Friday, we are now turning in proof of practice and submitting that to BSCC for technical review and technical assistance. And then as I said, the policy changes and taking a look at those. In addition to our progress coming into compliance is we have the training underway, still doing, as I said, the technical assistance. Since the hearing on February 15th, Barry J. has been cleared in 2 areas of noncompliance, Regulation 1322, Youth Supervision, Staff Orientation and Training, and Regulation 1324, Policy and Procedures Manual. Los Padrinos has come into compliance with 2 additional areas. Regulation 1324, Policies and Procedures, and Regulation 1325. At the time that I submitted the report, I actually held it up thinking we would have that information. Fire safety. We were notified last night by BSCC that we are now compliant in fire safety. So before I get into the plan for, well, it's not very long, but our plan for relocation of youth if necessary, we plan to come into compliance in the facilities where we are. We believe that no one can care better for our youth than we can. We have not begun plans to relocate, and we will not begin plans for a coordinated relocation of Barry J. or LP at this time. We are confident that we will come into compliance.
Thank you, Ms. Epps. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Commissioner Jackson?
I'd like to start by asking who that team, that strategic compliance team, which like personnel details does that include?
So that includes, it's Deputy Director Felicia Cotton, Deputy Director Sheila Williams, myself, Chief Deputy Epps, both facility superintendents, Jocelyn Roman and Tracy Novak. It includes members of our policy team, a representative from training, a representative from our internal compliance review team. So as we're coming into compliance, they are doing weekly compliance checks around safety checks, around room confinement, video reviews, reviews of documentation. Is it complete? Is it using the correct form? We've had people come in that have helped to bring our Guard One system, which is the safety check system that we use online to have technical conversations about changes we want to make to that particular system. Our technology people, if there's an issue with technology, as part of that group, we also received technical assistance from our court-appointed DOJ monitor, Michael Dempsey, and one of his staff to talk about developing a new staffing plan. So we talked about the information, what are ancillary posts in the plan, people that do over and above unit supervision, and for him to develop a draft plan that gave us 3 scenarios of optimum and minimal staffing levels. So that's been the consistent team, but certain people coming into the team for technical assistance. Also, our consultant, Michael Miner, who was previously with DJJ. So there's just been the consistent core group that I talked about at first, and then as needed technical advisors around different points as we come into compliance and need to discuss specific things.
Ms. Epps, so there is no like permanent figure within that body that's responsible for managing all the different components of that, all the different people, all the different movements?
All of once we come into compliance, the consistency in maintaining compliance will go to our compliance unit. There are quality assurance teams at each of the facilities. I don't think I mentioned that they also have been present to report out on what they're doing internally for quality assurance. So once we come into compliance, the consistency in maintaining it will fall to the compliance reviews, obviously the superintendents who will review those reports, their direct reports, assistant superintendents, other directors within that chain, and supervisors. So that information going back to them as well. So that's how we'll maintain it, through our compliance, through quality assurance, the superintendents and assistant superintendents being involved and educating throughout their chain, through their staff meetings, through memo directives, through consistent training. In addition, our plan for sustainability, we took a look at the internal training. We will be submitting to BSCC April 1st. There's the BSCC that comes out and does the inspections, but also under BSCC is the state standards and Standards for Training and Corrections, STC. So they oversee training compliance. So we'll be turning in a new training plan. We're revising the way that we do training. Right now, the probation department has a decentralized training system. So you will see training held at different facilities or coordinated or planned through different facilities. That will be centralized to be under the training group. And we are restructuring training to have a more targeted approach for our detention training and field training so that it's more consistent. The training is more target focused on what people need, everything from youth intervention and supervision to what, along with first aid and all of those things as well. So all of those things will help us with maintaining the plan that we currently have.
I think that's probably the bigger issue at hand, not reaching compliance, but like sustaining it. And we all look at these corrective action plans. And I think you guys, every season that we arrive here, are able to barely kind of get us back to the point where the facilities are in compliance again. And we've had conversations about having maybe even a third party at some point act as like some sort of not inspector. Wendy, did we talk about quality assurance? Them having like some manager or something like that that they would employ to make sure that you guys are proactively doing inspections so we don't even get to a place where you're out of compliance. But now that we're talking about all of these measures that you guys have put in place, I would say that we'd like to be reported to on the findings of these compliance reviews in the event that you guys do reach compliance. But I do later want to talk about the lack of planning around the possibility of relocating, because I think that's a whole other issue that we should be entertaining. So I'll leave it to other commissioners to ask questions.
Commissioner Kakani.
Thanks. I want to start with some questions for Ms. Cotton related to the population reduction efforts update. Actually want to take a step back. It's my understanding that you all were notified of this agenda item on February 27th. We didn't receive either one of these updates until this week. The one about the Board of State and Community Corrections update wasn't received until yesterday. I think the point of this space of the commission is to create, again, something that resembles transparency, accountability, and access for the public. And so when you provide a document like this the night before, it doesn't give us really any meaningful time to dig into what's in here. And it doesn't give the public any meaningful time to dig into what's in here and ask questions that might be relevant to them, their families, the things that they care about, the people they care about. So just wanted to name that. I feel like this comes up every meeting, but it's so wildly frustrating to be trying to listen to try to listen to you as you're sharing updates, to try to read this document and come up with questions that feel relevant and important. And again, at least for me, to be accountable to the folks sitting in this room and listening online. So just my apologies to folks listening, and I really wish you all would do better. With that, The population reduction efforts update. Can you share, related to this second bullet, the family finding team, what has probation been doing up until now? If this hasn't been implemented, or it seems it's going to be integrated March of 2024, not sure if that's already happened or if it's about to happen, but what have you all been doing in terms of family finding up until now?
Our suitable placement unit has been very active. I think prior to this, we had a consultant that was on board that did surveys in each of the supervisorial districts to find out ways, number one, to bring non-family folks on board that could serve as potential placements for some of our young people. And so we combined it along with Forever Friends. I don't know if this group is familiar with that. It became a three-prong approach: family finding family members, number one. Number two, looking for non-relative family members. And number three, just establishing what we learned from the consultant was when you at least create a level where folks can get familiar with our young people. Our Forever Friends is not a commitment to have the young person in the home, but a commitment to have a forever relationship with that young person. And we found that that has been the ground and the level where many people have been able to make the decision to allow a young person to come in. So normally our family finding, let me get back to specifically to your question around family finding, would occur after a placement order was made, or during the time when a field deputy would learn that a young person no longer had a family available for whatever reason. And we would start the family finding process with that. We have done some of this. Initially, it was more associated with our camp population as youth were transitioning from camp, because it was not at the time staffed. It was staffed with a couple of staff. And when we downsized in some other areas, we were able to fully staff. So now we are looking at bringing on board the juvenile hall population to look at kids when they come on board. And so that's why you see this March 2024 date.
So family finding hasn't taken place for pre-dispo youth prior to?
Yes, it has, but it has not been a full concentrated approach like we're going to take now.
And so when will that be integrated? Is that?
We're anticipating probably the last week of March, we should have a full scope. Some of our deputies are being deployed, and so we had to revisit how we would be able to fully staff this and keep this going. So we're going to have to train some other folks to support this function, as well as our placement deputies who would be normally in charge of it.
Okay. And then I just had a question about the complex care youth. You said 40 kids to date have been, I don't know if it's released, found in like a suitable placement for, to date, starting since when?
So that, and I would have to get that date for you. So that is in reference to your third bullet, and that's
Yes.
that collaborative team that I believe Sharon Harada reported out on in a meeting early February that includes the public defender.
Oh, is this the structured release?
Yes, the structured
Okay.
release. So that is those 40
Okay.
young people. So we're still able, the department is still able to make referrals. There are 2 youth that are going to be heard tomorrow as a result of juvenile hall staff just saying, can someone take a look at this young person? They've been here quite a long time. We believe they're decomposing. We'd like to see the court process take a more accelerated approach. So
Yeah.
those teams are looking at that structured
Okay,
release.
right, because I think what we established actually when Ms. Harada was here, that the majority of these youth actually didn't probably need to be detained in the first place. And many of them were released before even the meeting was held. So I'm not sure how.
So as a result of this structured process, there are a lot of back channel conversations that happen. So we don't have to wait for a meeting to have youth released. If there is an option that's viable, we go before the court, we all agree, and that has been occurring throughout the system for 4 years now. So
Right, so it's
we
not
don't need to-
special to this structured release process that was.
But the structured release process still facilitates the ability for the county family to come and take a look at a young person that might, especially with complex care issues, that might need all of the, we have the Children's Law Center, we have the
No, I
every-
can see that.
every child serving department at the table to leverage resources, to leverage the thought process. We bring just everybody to the table. But what happens even, which is a great thing, that these young people get released prior to even a meeting. We don't need to wait for a meeting. Because these folks are familiar with one another, they can pick up the phone. Our court officer can help facilitate, and we can get young people released. So I wouldn't say that this structured release process is not helpful in that. I believe it is.
Okay. I think we established that it wasn't as helpful as it could be at the last meeting. And how are you all defining complex care? Are you using the CDSS definition? Is that just
Is
that like a gut feeling?
We utilize the CDSS definition as well as what we learn when a young person is with us in juvenile hall, that the youth may have some unique issues. So we do interchange that complex care term. You might hear our staff interchanging that term.
Okay. I mean, because I imagine every young person in these facilities it would qualify as a complex care youth pursuant to the CDSS definition. So in an ideal world, this is something that would be happening for every young person that you are supervising, or whatever the appropriate term is. Okay, and then I did have some questions for Ms. Epps related to the BSCC report back. You stated, I think on here, that Barry J is now in compliance with Regulation 1322 and 1324. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm looking at the Notice of Facility Unsuitability that was provided by the Board of State and Community Corrections, and Regulation 1324 isn't even on there. You all were already in compliance with that by February 10th.
Then that would be my error. It's probably miswritten, but there are two that we have come into compliance with. And I can correct that and resend something.
And as it relates to LP, similarly, it's only, okay, well, not similarly, I'm sorry. So two of the 1324, 1325, right. So only two of the, what is it? Sorry. Inspection. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I might have misspoken. Sorry. So for Barry J, you are reporting that you're in compliance with 1322 and 1324, but neither of those are actually listed as being out of compliance on February 15th.
Actually, in our letter, hold on.
I'm just looking at what the BSCC sent to you all, and the only sections that are out of compliant are 1321 staffing, 1353 orientation, 1357 use of force, 1371 programs, recreation and exercise, 1390 discipline. Nothing about 1322 or 1324, which you list here as being in compliance with.
Well, Commissioner, I would have to apologize. I know you pointed out earlier that this was submitted late, but no excuses here. There were many things. There were several emergencies this week, so that could be an error for me. There are many things that took my attention away from completing this report. It was actually ready. So like I said, I can get the corrections submitted to you and review that.
Yes, it's really hard to know how to engage in this agenda item if, right, we don't even know which pieces you all are in compliance with. I mean, obviously, the biggest one seems to be staffing, use of force, probably, programs, recreation, exercise. I mean, and there's no mention, I understand.
Well, there
you
were
know, I understood your
11
presentation.
items, as you know, for Los Padrinos. And I want to say 5 for Barry J. So all of them to me are big pieces, of course. And even if you give me a second, I can go through the letters I have here and give you the clarification now. But like I said, it would be my error. And there were some pressing matters. I mean, all of it's important, but again, there were some significant things that drew my attention away from completing this prior to that. It had been done, and then my review yesterday, again, it's been a week, so I do apologize for that. But if we want to move on to something else, I can go through the letters quickly and give you an update in real time.
Well, I guess I'm going to just take a step back. I know at our last meeting, the POC had motioned for a subpoena to be issued to the probation department related to your plan for staffing. I don't know if we have an update related to that. I don't know, Mr. Bates, if you have that, or if someone else has the update as related to the subpoena and related to documents provided, not provided.
Here we go. Yes, Commissioner, we did receive from the probation department a significant number of documents. I have been going through them, redacting those that need redaction. There was a slight, I don't want to say miscommunication, I think just a misunderstanding relating to some terms that sort of delayed our complete understanding of what we had that was sent to us. I believe that's been rectified, so I expect to get the information to the commission very shortly. I don't want to put an exact date on it because there's a lot of information. I would rather not rush through it and miss not redacting some personal information. But I do believe we have the information that the commission wants,
Okay.
and we'll be getting it to you very shortly.
Great. I don't know if this is I think because there is this history of like struggling with getting documentation related to compliance, efforts to reach compliance with the minimum standards put forth by the BSCC. And I mean, we can talk all day, but sometimes, without the actual, it says that there's an internal corrective action plan. I don't know if that needs to be subpoenaed, again, related.
Actually, Commissioner, it was attached to the report. And I also want to draw your attention to the statements of what we came into compliance with is correct. So the information's contained in the notices we received. First, I'll start with Barry J. on February 2nd. Items of non-compliance with Title 15 code regulations at Barry J. In fact, 1322 youth supervision, staff orientation and training was one of those findings of non-compliance, as 1324 was as well. And this is from the results of the targeted inspection. I think the conflict that you may have, you gave a different date on your letter from January, I think you said. So that's when we sent in a corrective action plan. Then following that, when you send it in and you say complete, there's then a targeted inspection to see if you are in fact in compliance with those. So as a result of the targeted inspection from that initial corrective action plan, we were issued the two other letters. So the letter for Los Padrinos would have been dated February 7th, 2024. And again, under the two areas that I cited, 1324 Policy and Procedures Manual. Again, we were out of compliance with that. We're now compliant. And under 1325 Fire Safety Plan, we were non-compliant and we are now in compliance.
I'm just reading the document that was sent by the BSCC on February 16th. And the paragraph reads, on February 15th, 2024, the board adopted the findings of the February 2nd follow-up inspection report, Barry J. Nydorf Secure Youth Treatment Facility, which can be found, again, from the board's February 15th, 2024 agenda, which found that the following items remain out of compliance at Barry J. Secure Youth Treatment Facility. And that just includes 1321 staffing, 1353 orientation, 1357 use of force, 1371 programs, recreation, and exercise, and 1390 discipline. So it doesn't include the two sections. I'm just reading here that it seems you all were already in compliance with those two sections that you mentioned for Barry J, just based on what the BSCC shared with LA County. But
okay, so I'll get clarification because we did have discussion about those and there were things that needed to be done. The fire safety plan was not compliant
Right.
because we didn't have the safety beds. There were some things that still needed to be presented as far as things being signed off, verifying that staff had read certain things with the policies. But again, I'll get you that clarification.
Yeah, no, I recall, at least as it related to LP, the fire safety plan, I think was rejected because there was a plan to send all of the kids to Rocky, Page, and Afflerbah, but upon closer inspection, the BSCC determined that there weren't enough beds, given the number of young people at LP. So I see that the fire safety plan for LP has been remedied. But I guess, I don't know, it's hard to, I'll pass it to someone else. It's just hard to move forward. But yeah, I'm not sure, Wendy, if it's, I know that maybe it wasn't printed and I didn't have a chance to read the attachments because again, they were sent.
Thank you.
so late.
So we received those attachments after hours yesterday, and I will accept responsibility to that extent for not having included them. They are now attached to the agenda and available to the public and for you. So we just printed out Chief Epps' report, but the internal LP and Barry J compliant, are they called corrective action plans? Is that what you're calling them? It's in the same format, in like a graphic format, are now attached to the agenda, and you have them.
Okay, I'll pass it to somebody else once I have a chance.
Any other commissioner? Commissioner Carrillo?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Cotton, it's really nice to see you. For whatever reason, not that you had retired, but obviously you're here, so nice to see you. You know, I realize that, and I'm just really focused on you, Ms. Cotton, for now, is that you started off with this plan about, once again, not passing inspection and what we're going to do with the youth in custody. So as of 2 days ago, we have 271 youth awaiting a disposition. Majority are young boys. I think we have 18 or maybe 13 girls. And I'm concerned about, and first question is, are these suitable placement based on behavior of the youth while in custody? In other words, do they have to behave to be is their behavior, if they're behaving, does that mean that they are then qualified to be suitable to be placed at a group home or zipped off to whatever location?
So many of the young people, there are two sets we're looking at. One is a pre-screen where the court is asking for the department, for whatever reason, we could have made a recommendation for suitable placement, or the defense attorney could have argued for placement in lieu of camp. And so there is an order made for a pre-screen, which we engage in. We make sure that the officer is there. The moment we get that minute order, we make contact with several STRTP, short-term rehabilitative, formerly known as short-term therapeutic rehabilitative program, STRTPs, formerly known as group homes. We make contact with those for which the youth meets the eligibility criteria. We look at age, we look at maybe if they have a mental health diagnosis. So from there, we have the facility, those STRTPs to come to the site and interview the young people. And then they do their assessment and let us know whether they, number one, have a bed available, and number two, if this youth can be accepted. From there, we notify the court. So that's a group of kids that are there with a predisposition report. It could again be that we recommended suitable placement. The court is now considering it. It could be that there was another recommendation for the court to consider, and now they're considering placement. The second group of kids we're looking at is where the court has made a suitable placement order. And these folks are there to help move those young people along to an STRTP, whereas the actual pre-screen is much more helpful because we can notify the court to say, yes, the bed is available, yes, it's a suitable place for the young people to go, and then there are no further court hearings, and there are no further immediate court hearings. There may be a follow-up court hearing in a progress hearing in the next 30, 45 days just to see how the young person is getting along in the group home. So
Thank
when
you,
you
Ms.
ask me, is behavior a part of it? It certainly is considered by the group home because they want to know how the young person is acclimating in detention. Some of them, many of them have had prior interactions with this young person. And so there are times when we can offer additional support to the group home. Many of them have experienced some staffing issues as well. We've experienced some issues around beds being available. So we try to work with them on a plan for the young person, and sometimes we present that strategy to the court as well.
And the reason why I was asking about the behavior correlation, are the youth aware that if they behave, they potentially will qualify for, to be zipped off somewhere?
So again, normally the youth that have a suitable placement recommendation are aware of the suitable placement because they probably have been in court and their attorneys have access to the pre-plea where that recommendation has been made. Many times we have to encourage the young people to engage with the group homes. And that's where the ZIP deputies become very helpful because they are very adept in motivational interview stages of change, just working with young people. So that's another benefit of having them on site. A lot of the young people do not want to engage with placements for whatever reasons. And so we, again, provide them the opportunity to understand what it means to engage and what it means for them up to and including being released to a program where they can continue to grow
And this is more educational for me, maybe for the audience as well. But are these ZIP locations, are they probation funded? Are they nonprofits?
These are, again, similar to group homes, and our contracts are through the Department of Children and Family Services, and probation shares those contracts with DCFS.
You know, I wrote down when you were giving your introduction, I really saw the way you and the tone that changed about the complex care that, and my interpretation was when you were speaking about it, that as it is right now, the juvenile halls are not, or the juvenile hall doesn't have an adequate program or even treatment for those who require a more complex care. And as my commissioner pointed out, maybe they all need a complex care. But are we talking about a diagnosis, a mental health? Can you give me a little bit more about what the complex care, in your opinion, actually means?
So these are young people that could be medically, mentally fragile. These are young people that probably have a very lengthy trauma history. Young people that, as you know, our juvenile halls are predisposition sites. So the programming that young people that need that level of care does not exist in our juvenile hall. But there is care that they do receive on a regular basis. We have mental health providers. We do have programming there, but these are young people that probably need more long-term care. And so those are the young people that we're looking at, that a juvenile hall for a lengthy period of time is not the best place for them to get their rehabilitative services and full programming.
I agree. I agree. Ms. Epps, this is maybe for both of you at this point now, but, I'm really getting I guess, mixed messages at this point. Ms. Cotton, I really appreciate, I've always respected you, and I love the way you're very frank with us. And I like the fact that I'm highlighting, we're talking about sort of next steps if this doesn't work out for the department. But Ms. Epps, I'm hearing you say, and I wrote it down, that you believe that your department is the best suited place for these youth. And I know you're new to LA County. Ms. Cotton has been here for a while. Can we truly be honest with ourselves as a county, as a department, that as it is right now, and you just heard your colleague right next to you just even admit that the programs necessary are not even in place. I find it very hard to believe your statement, Ms. Epps, that right now, as things are, the probation department that the youth are in good hands within the department.
Well, I believe my statement wholeheartedly. I think that there have been some things that have significantly been gaps. Chief Vera and myself are leading the staff differently. I'll add a couple things to what Ms. Cotton explained. You're absolutely right. It's difficult to provide treatment for complex care needs of youth in a juvenile detention facility. But I do happen to know, even before I came on board in LA County, there were 3 counties in the state that were accessing a pot of money for complex care needs for youth. San Bernardino County, LA County, and I want to say Riverside. In fact, that money had gone underutilized for a while. I do know from the report out that this money, as you said, through CDSS, right, for complex care needs, this pot of money has been used not only in the 3 counties that were leaders in using it, and like I said, LA County was one. This is money that you can expedite placing a kid outside of a detention facility to more expeditiously get them the treatment that they need for complex care. This includes placing them in treatment modalities that have what you call a one-to-one. That is a state requirement that says under the complex care one-to-one or one-to-twos, you staff a placement facility, STRTP, just like you would for 6 kids, but all of those services are directed to the 1 or 2 kids that are placed there. LA County has done that. And also using that complex care funding, you can do things unique when a kid goes to a regular placement program. If it's a 6-bed facility, you can pay extra money under that complex care funding to put a kid in one single room where they have time and best ways to de-escalate and can better manage in that. So I believe when you're doing things like that that are very innovative, it is to the interest. In addition to that, in talking about how kids go to placement, you ask about it being behavior-based. Well, under the Family First Prevention Services Act, it totally has changed how you put kids into STRTPs. Part of that process includes what you call a qualified individual under the new federal guidelines and under the plan for California. Every state had to file a plan. So in California, we also use what's called a qualified individual. This has to be a process that's outside of the department. Usually it's mental health, and they do a very specific evaluation. So even when you make a recommendation for out-of-home care, the qualified individual has to do a secondary, actual mental health assessment to say that this is on track for what they need. So even when you refer a kid to the STRTP and you say, well, be good because they interview you, the qualified individual has said that this is a suitable place for you to receive those services. As a secondary layer to that, when you're receiving those services, STRTPs under the law now cannot just say, we won't take you because of the behavior. You have to, because of the way that it was structured, have to be able to accept a kid for those placements. You're supposed to be able to do that. We all know still sometimes you have to meet the criteria. So then when there was a question about the family findings, under Division 31 guidelines that guide out-of-home care under the CDSS, you have to do family findings. I can tell you, even before I came to LA County, they had a very robust program that was piloted and targeted to do an expanded family findings that they used for a couple years. So when Ms. Cotton's talking about the expansion, this is on top of just the regular requirement to enhance what you're doing to find those families for kids to potentially go to whenever possible to prevent that. I know that detention is in crisis. I 100% get that. I do not pass on acknowledging that wholeheartedly, but when we look at the juvenile justice system comprehensively that's provided in LA County, particularly community-based supervision, diversion programs, ways of interacting with youth and families, dealing with complex care youth, enhanced family findings, and using other processes, the girls' de-incarceration program, looking at things that do that through the court system, I do believe that we are well positioned to do that. We have much cleanup to do in detention, but we're on our way to doing it, and I wholeheartedly again believe we are best positioned to care for the youth of LA County.
Thank you so much.
So
Just to add
Commissioner,
on real quick, just to clarify my statements, I don't think they are in conflict with what Chief Epps said. Basically, I said, my intent was to indicate, I think what all of us would agree, where we have complex care youth, a predisposition facility is not the best place. So we're all working to make sure that that young person gets to a more therapeutic setting. And so those were my comments when I indicated that juvenile hall is not the best place when these young people are having these crises for them to be. We have mental health there, we have staff trained there, but again, when a kid can go to a one-to-one placement that needs that kind of support, that's where we want to get him or her to that location as fast as we can. Because we know that a juvenile hall, congregate care, those kind of settings are not the most appropriate for those young people. So I don't think our comments were in conflict. Just wanted to provide that additional clarification.
Commissioners, before we continue questioning, I'd like to get to public comment and then come back to our questions. And hopefully, when we do return to our questions, Ms. Epps will address staffing and the plan and how it's going. Anyone who's worked in institution understands that there's a correlation between the health of the staff and the health of the youth. If one is unhealthy, the other one becomes unhealthy. And I'm just a little surprised that that wasn't the primary area of discussion earlier, because the primary area of out of compliance is staffing. And it's probably the most important. So we'll go to public comment and then we'll return and continue our questioning regarding this subject. Wendy, do we have any written or live public comments for item?
We have some written public comments that are provided attached to the agenda, have been sent to commissioners. If we have folks in the room who'd like to make public comment, you can go ahead and line up behind the podium. If you'd like to make public comment online, please use the raise your hand function. You click on the little hand at the bottom of the screen. If you are calling in, please just dial *3 on your phone and that will get you set up. I actually hate to make you all stand. I wonder if one of my friends over here could come up with a better idea than making people stand there the whole time. I encourage your creativity. So that we can get everybody in. Si quiere hacer su comentario en español, avíseme, por favor. Le podemos proveer traducción en el teléfono o en persona. Okay, we're going to stay with 2 minutes in the room. And I'm going to set the timer and I'm going to try to put my volume up. And thank you for stopping your comments when we're done. I think it's okay. You can begin.
Okay, hello again. I had sent this to the White House Office of Public Engagement. The Department of Juvenile Justice, Rico Hall, has been aware of the child abduction that's been going on. At what point are you going to include the parents along with legal counsel, legal aid to the parents of the juveniles to address the gang concerns in the probation department with the staff? What are the background checks consist of with your staff? Mr. Mundo, you were there. You wouldn't even give me the respect I deserve and I demand of being my son's mother and the situation and circumstances that were behind where he was placed at. I'm the one who called law enforcement on my son because he wanted to go back to a place where there was just a shooting. His 16-year-old friend was shot. And you completely disregarded my several requests to speak with you. My son's life was sent back to a home, a convicted murderer, a known gang member, and the home was raided. So probation, you are not doing your job. You're not doing the background checks. I have text messages to his probation officer, Desiree Chavez, and completely, again, disregarded. Now, I understand there are some, now you're saying that you work with LADCFS, there are allegations that I was never afforded an attorney. That's against my civil rights, due process. And I have over 5 character letters out of 4.0 in school for legal studies that I could no longer attend because of the situation that's going on with my son that's being permitted. And if the own chair can't give the respect to the parent obviously, I would hope they have more accountability to their children on the way that they're turning out and not so much credibility to the public defender. The child is a child. They don't know what it's best in their best interest. Go to the parents. obviously. If they care, hopefully they do, they can get that child out of detention. That'll be your first problem, get them out. If you have those funds, then if that situation is lacking, again, I'm homeless now. I had a 4.0, I had my own business, I founded an organization just for this juvenile justice advocacy. And the fact that you have these complex funds, then afford monies towards my son so I can save his life instead of having him live with a known gang member who's raided October 23rd by Pico sheriffs. And my son's still there. Felony firearm charges were filed.
Thank you for being here. Good morning, Adrena.
Good morning. I'm the president for LACO and the juvenile halls. I brought this up before that juveniles are not allowed to post bail. Majority are in Los Padrinos awaiting trial. It took the court over a year to set a pre-trial date for my son. And it's like they intentionally slow down the process just to keep them incarcerated longer. That needs to change and will drastically reduce the juvenile population. But for some reason, kids are treated worse than adults and aren't given this option. I also like to know what safety checks are being placed to protect our kids from officers. As everything is coming to light, it's all staff and teachers being held accountable for these heinous crimes against children, dealing fentanyl, prescription drugs, having sexual relations to bring in contraband. I hear you discuss safety measures to check on kids twice every shift, but what measures are you taking to protect kids from your staff? You might want to start there. And I disagree. Your department should not be allowed to care for kids. At the next meeting, I'm going to bring a before and after picture of my son so you can see the damages probation has done. In fact, you're looking at two different kids. It will shock the world. I don't believe it to be fair to file new charges against kids while your whole department is in noncompliance. I can understand if probation has adequate staff, programs, education, mental health services, counseling, outside times. To have the kids on the actual schedule, giving them stability and security, and then they commit a crime, then I could understand the charge or write-ups. But the fact is there is no services or programs set in place, creating a toxic and negative environment. You're likely to produce negative results, and it's not right to punish kids based off your own failures. Another concern is probation told me my son's about to graduate high school. He was only in custody for a year, and half his time, he didn't even have school. So how is my son going to graduate with only 6 months attending high school? Please do not push my child off to the side and give him his proper education that he needs. Thank you.
Thank you for your service. My name is Tanya Ibanez, and I'm an attorney at law. I wanted to, again, thank the one comment that one of the commissioners made about the importance of having reports available to the public's review. I have no idea really what's going on here in terms of what the probation department is doing to improve staffing. Staffing has been a problem that the Department of Probation has had since 2018, when it was first sued by the Attorney General. And then the Attorney General entered into a stipulated judgment with the LA County. Part of that stipulated judgment required that the probation department improve its staffing. There was a monitor that was put into place to review the Department of Probation's steps in meeting the stipulated judgment. The probation department failed and was sued again by the Attorney General in 2023. Interestingly, the county and the Attorney General decided that the monitor reports would be confidential, so no one has access to them. And so we don't really know everything that has taken place, but the Department of Probation is not only in trouble with the Attorney General's office, but also with the state board. And so, you know, these reports that are submitted after hours, the day before a public hearing, is something that everyone should have access to, particularly when the monitor reports are being kept under seal and no one really gets to see anything. It's ridiculous that the commission has to file subpoenas to obtain records when it is the Oversight Commission. So that's my concern, is that there is no transparency, and you guys are being sued left and right and being put to shame by by state agencies,
That's your
and,
time. Thank
and
you.
that's all we have. We're
Thank you
ready.
very much for being here today.
Hi, my name is Emily Zamora, youth organizer with Youth Justice Coalition. The first thing that I want to address is the confidence that probation carries into all of these meetings, which is never echoed by any of the people that are ever listening. And that kind of takes us back to the last BSEC meeting, because during that meeting, probation presented a whole slideshow with all of this data that was absolutely false. There was not a single number or a single ratio that was actually equivalent to what's going on in these facilities. So I just want to bring attention to that again, because it's always just a whole bunch of lies that are flooded in. And then the excuse is, oh, well, there was a lot of priorities. There was other things going on. It was a stressful week. And then the reports are turned in super late for people to not even be able to read what's going on. Yeah, that's strategic. That is planned. It's not like, oh, we were just busy. No, it wasn't that you were just busy. You don't want people to see the truth. Let's start there. Okay. So another thing that I wanted to bring up is just the fact that probation is not trustworthy. Probation has a lot of training to do with the staff. Why are you waiting until now to train? Why until the last minute? Now that jobs are on stake, now that probation might be shut down, LP and BJN might be shut down, like that is not okay. We can't keep waiting until last minute. There are lives at stake. There are youth being forced into fights. There are youth that have been overdosing time and time again. When we were at BSCC last time, 2 youth had overdosed during that meeting and nothing was talked about it. That was never brought up to attention. Another thing that I wanted to bring up is, like, do you even trust your own staff? I think that you really need to think about that question. Do you trust your own staff? Do you trust that probation officers are caring for youth in these facilities after hearing all the misconduct and inhumane practices? Staff training isn't going to fix the rancid and corrupt nature of probation. It's kind of funny because it's really crazy that we're here all the time talking to you about the same things that we always have an issue with. And let me ask you something. If it was a parent that had a youth or a child in their custody who are having inappropriate sexual relations with them, forcing them into fights, handing them drugs.
That's your time. I'm sorry.
Do
I'm
you
sorry
think
to
that
cut
would
you
be
off. I
acceptable?
gotta cut everybody off at the same time.
It's okay, but it's not okay.
Okay. Hello, my name is Sarah Shakur. I'm the Director of Organizing with Youth Justice Coalition. I would like to start off and acknowledge that this month is Women's History Month. I would like to bring in a quote from Audre Lorde that says, "Their master's tools will never dismantle the master's house." This quote is so important because we cannot rely on probation or any of the systems rooted in white supremacy to do what is right for young people, specifically youth of color, and for humans in general. I'm calling all of you that sit on this commission to put more pressure on BOS and probation to put out their plans on how to make the hall suitable. They need to practice more transparency. Children's lives are at stake, and everyone on this commission can push them to do so. Also, I would like to say that if I was to submit a report that my boss already asked me to submit and I submitted last minute, I would be fired or written up. The fact that y'all keep submitting reports last minute is unacceptable. Y'all have too many resources and too much time and energy, and you don't put them in the right places. And also, let's keep it a buck. Your halls have never and will never be safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jazar Holiday. I'm a digital-based builder at Youth Justice Coalition. How is probation a safe space when Brian Diaz isn't here to see today? How is probation a safe place when there's guns, fights being orchestrated by probation, no services, no program in these facilities? They don't have the basic rights. You guys intentionally deny these kids coming home, but yet have done nothing to better their lives. If anything, have caused more trauma and additional charges. You guys have been out of compliance and will keep being out of compliance and projecting onto these kids, punishing them, and yet we are still looking at you. We know who is wrong and need to be held accountable. Thank you.
Thanks, Jazira.
Good morning. Lena Mallet with the Children's Defense Fund in Layup. On March 2nd, Local 685 released a statement, part of it sharing that the chief explained to the executive board that the current placement and location of the juveniles in the institutions is the safest place for them to continue to receive care, services, protection, and rehabilitation. This department and the young people that it surveils in cages cannot afford to rest in this kind of reckless delusion any longer. I don't even know if you all believe it. In 2021, LA County Probation spent 321 days operating below BSCC's minimum standards. Every year since, young people have been languishing inside facilities that were non-compliant for at least half of the year. And this year alone, for the last 216 days, this department has operated Los Padrinos and Barry J. Nidorf below BSCC's minimum standards set forth in Titles 15 and 24. To Commissioner Jackson's point, LA County Probation has been in and out of cycles of compliance for years and has barely scraped by. Despite the BSCC's most recent formal recognition of unsuitable living conditions, this type of environment has festered for decades, with Black and brown youth experiencing the weight most acutely. There is no way that any of the feeble updates that have been provided here today will lead to any material institutional remedies. The fact that there's no plan for transfer of the near 85% of predisposition youth at Los Padrinos, no plan for the step down of SYT youth at Barry J, is deeply concerning to me and others in the community who have been pushing for supportive decarceration efforts. There's been a lot of mention of the county family this morning, and I'm wondering if the bond is so strong, so sure, what is the probation department's reluctance to sharing responsibility, funding, and to empowering the Department of Youth Development, whose real intention is to care for the youth? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Jacob.
I'm glad you remember my name. Yeah, how y'all doing? I was gonna say, my name is Jacob Jackson with the Youth Justice Coalition as a youth outreach coordinator. I'm just here to urge you to use your power to put more pressure on board the supervisor and probation to put their plans on how to make the hall suitable, put out their plans on how to make the hall suitable, and stop being a system helping or maintaining the status quo. Adolescents and youth have trauma coming from out their community, and to go to a containment facility that's not yet that has not yet met the needs of young people inside. Probation keeps getting violations, lawsuits. You feel me? I was a young person going through the probation system, and luckily I found YJC, so my future looked different. Every young person deserves a second chance. And yeah, it's fully fun YGR.
Thank you.
Morning. My name is Saul Campos. I am a youth advocate with the Anti-Racism Coalition, and I'm here to speak on agenda items 3 and 4. So agenda item 3, it talks about charging young persons as adults, and I read that since July 2023, there's been 3 filings that were rejected in juvenile court, and they were sent to adult court for misdemeanor having a controlled substance. If they have a controlled substance, how did they get it? Obviously security measures are not being taken, and that's one of the reasons you are probably not in compliance. And there should be more implementation to security measures so they don't get a hold of substances and they are not charged as adults. And then I also saw there was 36 filings for LPJ and 31 were in juvenile court and 5 in adult cases. Why are these juveniles being charged as adults? There are juveniles in juvenile facilities and should be treated as such. And also for item 4, it talks about the non-compliance. So I read on the attachment and it said that the expedited movement of youth to more therapeutic environments where treatment and rehabilitative programming can start. Why are you waiting to then to start the rehabilitative treatment? It should start as soon as they get in there. That way this does not happen. That way they are educated. That way they are not charged for crimes while they're in there, and they're able to be in a therapeutic environment where they could start working on healing themselves. There's a saying, hurt people, but there's another one, heal people. If I get on this treatment, on this therapeutic treatment, and start helping them out, maybe they could help out the world and make it a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Saul. Good morning, Tariq.
Good morning, Probation Oversight Commission. I'm just here to say, it's disheartening because we keep doing this unsuitability thing, and I keep saying it, back and forth, 2021, 2023, shutdown, 2023, like, and that's kind of getting old. And then we got staffing issues where we could just decarcerate the youth and get the ones that don't need to be there and give them back to the community because there are organizations that want to do the work. I want to feel like we don't give up on the youth, you know what I mean? Because these youth can one day run an organization that helps other youth or one day run for state assembly or one day be a policy director somewhere. But I'm hoping that we're not giving up on these youth and really like investing in them. And then we got the Credible Messengers initiative that we need to push forward. And I keep saying that as well. Like they shouldn't have any restrictions to what they're trying to do. You know what I mean? They're trying to program and that some of the unsuitability findings from last year, like that there wasn't enough programming, but the Credible Messengers are held with their hands tied. And so I feel like a lot of the times we just can't give up on the youth and that we're pushing forward for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good
Good
morning.
morning. My name is Gerardo Gomez. I'm with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. 17 years ago, I was in Barry J. Nordhoff. And it's saddening that time after time, the problems that existed 17 years ago still exist. And it's crazy how just maybe a little over 30 days ago, something like this 17 years ago is just not going to go away in 30 days. You know, that's just a fact. Like problems exist, they still exist, and they will always exist. And I believe that there has to be a better way to approach these things. There has to be more transparency. Every time there's a question, it seems that a question gets covered with a different answer over and over. There's never something clear. Never walk away fully knowing what's going on. It seems like every time you leave, you come back asking more and more questions, and it just keeps going on and on. I also feel that in order for transparency to exist, credible messengers should be allowed to go in. And if they are denied for whatever reason, there should be a transparency into why it is that they're being denied. Why is it that that never comes up? Why is it that there's never truly answers for everything that people ask in general? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning, everyone. My name is Giovanni Hernandez Romero. I'm a youth advocate with Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I just want to say that it was said earlier that kids are being treated worse than adults, and it appears to be so. I was recently released not too long ago, 8 months ago, from the adult system where I got the help I needed, and I came home thinking that the juveniles, of course, they would be receiving better treatment, and appears that is not the case, and it's concerning, especially because hearing probation state that probation, the kids are in the best hands would be in probation. Uh, um, Believing that wholeheartedly that is the case, it's concerning. Especially, I know that the programs. I would think of someone said earlier that the predisposition place would be there aren't little to no programs. I was in a predisposition case in juvenile hall 17 years ago for 3.5 years, and throughout that time, I did not receive the help I needed, the treatment I needed, and once again begs the question: why are we waiting to transfer these kids or give them the help they need, especially when there's a help available? Credible messengers, as my colleague said earlier, they are available. They're just not being allowed in or restricted to some measures. And I just ask and to more transparency, please, and allow these people that want to help these kids from the community, just give them the help they need, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Giovanni.
Good morning. My name is Juan Gomez. I'm with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I would like to make a couple of observations. I don't know if I'm right, but it sounded to me as if to have one-on-one staff in a place where the minors can go to decompress themselves is innovative, because that's not an innovation. So I was in Silmar Central, Barry J. Nidorf, and Los Padrinos 12 years ago, and those things were still in place then. But that is something that is like basic, right? So a lot of the things that are happening inside juvenile halls right now, a lot of the things that probation hasn't been able to accomplish should be basic needs, right? And when it comes down to a minor that has suicidal tendencies, to have a one-on-one staff, for sure, they gotta have that, right? At the same time, that's only a segment of the population, right? When it comes to staffing, you're not gonna accomplish anything with everybody else. because you have just one segment of the population, but you're still failing in the other areas of programming or schooling, of resources, right? I don't know if the place to decompress was the box, but the box is the punishment. It's not the place for you to decompress. So I don't know if I understand it correctly. But when it comes to, like, we have a saying in my country that goes, you cannot cover the sun with a thumb, right? There's many issues that needs to be fixing, and you're not gonna fix them just putting Band-Aids over it, right? This has to be really redefined, has to be really thought out. And if you have the resources, if you have the people out here willing to go inside, willing to go and share testimony, like, it goes a long way. Like, I do it all the time. I go inside high schools and college and I share my story, and I get stopped here and there, and people tell me, thank you for sharing that. Thank you for putting yourself out there like that, because you inspire me, right? And if you allow people to do that, people that are willing, we're gonna have a bigger impact in the population inside. So I think, like, and it comes to you guys too. Like one of the commissioners mentioned the well-being of the staff, right? If you have the sources, invest in the culture for your staff as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Dwight Thompson, probation officer, field vice president, local 685. It's nice to hear everyone's concerned about probation, but I'm here to tell you that the staff, they're not staff, they're officers, they're deputies. They do a heck of a job, and they're dedicated to the young people that are incarcerated. I've done nothing but see people change. The lives that just spoke here, they changed. The lives that are continuing to be incarcerated and get out. It's with hopes that they change. But the change starts within. Our board of supervisors for Los Angeles County has changed probation chiefs so many times. You wonder why we're having problems. We're having different ideas. We're having different people try to lead something. This young deputies that are there, the young officers that are working in these institutions, give them a break because they're trying their hardest to deal with what they're dealing with. Give them some ideals, give them the tools, give them the necessary things they need to operate, and watch the difference start. My chief that are speaking here today, they're speaking with sincerity, and they're speaking about change, and they're speaking about how to change. So any and everyone can get up here and say what they want to say. I'm going to tell you what I've seen and what I continue to see from the people that I work with are nothing but dedicated deputies and officers. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move to online. Do we just have two people in the queue online? So we're going to cut the public comments off with the people who are in queue right now, which is, I'm sorry, I had the names, Crystal Jones and Lupe Ross. So we'll start with Crystal. Crystal, we're going to unmute you. You may need to unmute yourself. Crystal, I think you're unmuted. If you can try to say something.
Especially with the new report that just.
Crystal, can you hear
Yes.
me?
I can hear
Would
you.
you start? Would you start over again? The audio just began in the room. I haven't started your time yet.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Crystal Jones, Director of Programs and Mentor for Crystal Clear Learning Center, serving Los Angeles County. I am asking out of concern.
Did we
Had the report that just came out with one of your female officers sleeping with one of the inmates? That's concerning. As a parent, as an advocate, as a spokesperson, where is the youth justice? Where is the intervention for these kids to have discipline that better their lives and get them back on track, like academically and personally and mentally? Do you trust your staff? Do you really trust your staff when you're finding them sleeping with your inmates that are to see the difference? What skills and tools are you giving these youth so when they are released or can be released, they are eligible for a bed, they are eligible for intervention, and assistance. How are you taking into consideration these advocates, these mothers, these parents, these coalitions, the findings, the evidence, this other inmate, these lawsuits? There's 39 new client claims. Pattern, day after day. So what is our commission and team doing to improve the lives of our youth while they're in your hands, serving time and waiting to be released? How are they coming back as a new person, improved and ready for change? Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. And we'll go next to Ms. Ross to wrap us up with public comment. Ms. Ross, can we hear you? You may have to click the unmute button yourself. Lupe, can you hear me? Does it look like she's off mute? Ms. Ross, I need you to click unmute yourself if you can hear me.
Me?
Oh, yes, now I can. You can begin.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, I've been listening to this whole meeting. In regards to the placement of of the youth, there's a lot of options, but the option, the procedure, the RFA procedure has not been brought up at all. The RFA people have to come out and inspect. The group homes, it's different, but if it's family members, I'm pretty sure it only applies to them. I'm not sure. But it's difficult for us to get through to the RFA process that's supposed to be given at court. The probation officer is supposed to follow it, contact RFA, an agency doing the inspections of the homes, and a background check on the providers. We can't even get through to them on the telephone. They don't return phone calls. So that is disturbing to me, because that has happened to me, and it's been 3 weeks. And my probation officer, I couldn't even contact him for 3 weeks because he wouldn't return a phone call. So there was nobody for me to call to report this to. But the RFA process itself, how they determine the suitability is not being addressed here by probation. And I'm concerned about DD population or intellectually disabled youth that have not been diagnosed, legally diagnosed, that may be in probation facilities, juvenile hall camps, wherever. I have a concern about that because I have yet to hear anything about this population. I have another concern, but I will, in the sake of time, I'll send it through the info line. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ross.
So our tech support needs a small break. I apologize to our panel that is waiting on the wing. So we will be back at 11:10.
Last 6 months, it hovers around 285. Right now, we're 274, which is good, but is it gonna go back up to 299? Like it's 294?
Hey, I'm sorry, I was able to step away really, really briefly. Are they there? Okay. I see. I see. Okay. Okay, well, just, I can only talk 2 more minutes, so call me between now and 2 minutes, it's fine.
So Somebody bust. I have a backpack, but I didn't bring the backpack.
Okay, we're here, but our audio guy isn't here. Oh, well.
Testing. Testing. I don't see the green light. Oh, yeah, I do.
Testing?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to resume our meeting. Okay. Okay, thank you for returning to your seats. Commissioners. If we can have everybody settle down, we're trying to resume our meeting. Commissioners, any further questions or comments?
Question and maybe a comment.
Commissioner Jackson.
For Ms. Epps and Ms. Cotton is welcome to respond to it if she would like to. I'd like to believe that the department hires the most competent people for these management or leadership roles. But I have to say that the denial of and the false confidence and not even like hypothetically having a plan in place in the event that there needs to be a relocation boggles my mind. And it makes me feel that the probation department is not, well, we've already had all kinds of harsh criticism about poor planning. We're planning for a possibility, what could possibly happen. There is no way that you could feel confident that the department can truly come back from a time like this, right? And so there should be some sort of effort to present to the public, to us, that you understand that the department is probably in a state of disrepair. We'll say that frankly, you won't, that's fine. But the real issues here are things like the deep, deep toxicity within the department, something that no corrective action plan can address. And if we're really talking about how to make improvements, it's the systems and the plans and all of those things, all the things that keep young people safe. But the key issue for me here, and it's linked to staffing, which is hinged on all these other issues that we're looking at linked to compliance, right? The main issue is leadership, and no one's really talking about that, you know? And so I know that you're pretty new to the county. Felicia is, Ms. Cotton, sorry, she's been here for a lot longer. But I would like, especially because you said that you're leading differently now, and I would love for you to speak to how that's being done, which would also be hard for me to listen to, knowing that the chief is not here to really talk about and defend his leadership and how you all are responding to that, because we all know that tone starts at the top. So if you would like to respond to that, please do.
Okay, and I can address two things too. After this question about the. Okay, here we go. So there was the question about the staffing, which I'll get to. So when we talk about the issue of leadership, right? I would say, one, doing deeper dives in the department, not just taking things for face value, not just overly delegating leadership, of course, allowing people to work on things, but trusting and verifying. One thing I'll say is, I talked about training earlier. One thing I can tell you in taking a look at training records, there has been an absence of essential training at various levels. I will say in some key things for as many as 4, if not 5 years for individual people that are in certain areas where you need these critical skills to be able to analyze something, to be able to critically think through it, to be able to report appropriately on it. There has been things in the institution that I immediately saw. As you pointed out, I am new here. I started in December. I come with 33 years of probation experience. One of the few things that I have not worked in my career is pretrial. Other than that, whether it is adult or juvenile services, administrative services, human resources, internal affairs, I have had the pleasure or opportunity to grow and work in those areas and not for short-term stints, anywhere from 2 to 3 to 4 years. So I do have that experience, as does the chief. So I'm able to, as he is, to look at things a little bit more critically, not saying that predecessors were not, but looking closely at training, immediately saying, hey, this is a new way that we want you to put out a training plan. When we send our training plan in this year, April 1st, to BSCC, STC training, we will not just send the numbers of staff that need to be trained. We will send an actually complete, comprehensive training plan. So instead of it being decentralized, the plan flows through, what are we doing to train all armed personnel? And these are the core trainings that everybody that is armed has to do. Everybody that is unarmed, these are the core trainings that they have to do. And then, hey, I want you to describe what it is that we're going to be training people on. That not only is for field services, we're not going to separate juvenile versus adult. This is going to be a flow-through program. These are the core trainings, essential things that we need to train our detention staff on. These are the things that we need to train our non-sworn staff on. We also need to train up managers to be better versed in progressive discipline. When there is a referral for investigation or you are doing something called a fact finding before things get to investigations, what does that look like? What should your role be in that? Some people know that because they've already had a foundational training. To be a manager, you go to MAC, management training. To be a supervisor, you go to supervisor training. But looking more closely at what people are getting, the frequency that they're getting it, and what is our plan to make sure that everybody has to do 40 hours of training for STC a year when you're a peace officer. How are we allowing people to flow through those 40 hours in all of those places that interrelate and support the functions of the department? I can tell you that training hasn't been absent, but it's been deficient. So to improve training, the chief and I, as well as other members of the executive staff, very much believe the quality and priority that you place on your training shows up in your staff. It shows up in decision-making. Unfortunately, now, a deficit in training, I believe, the chief believes, it's now showing up in non-compliance. It's now showing up in not suitable. It's now showing up in poor behaviors. So that's one piece, the training. The other thing is accountability. The chief himself has said there is a concern of how internal affairs investigations are conducted in the department. Employees have a right for those investigations to be private, to be impartial, to get to the root of what's actually happened. Any victim, any person that has been mistreated, any person that has been wrongly accused, any person's circumstance through case management, intervention, or rehabilitation that has been mismanaged or not properly done by staff needs to be properly reviewed, and it needs to be held accountable. Let me get to the review piece. So saying we need to reestablish how we do internal affairs investigations. It needs to be a piece that is in but separate from the department. There needs to be a very specific employee classification that does investigations and is not part of the department. You're not beholding to any entity. What you're beholding to is being an impartial investigator and reviewer of fact and arriving at a report or a conclusion that allows the employee to either have a sustained allegation, to be exonerated if they're wrongly accused, to be addressed. And then we take the appropriate appropriate action based on an appropriate report. In addition to that, I would add a quality report. So that's another piece, the investigation. Then when we talk about employee accountability, we have to hold people accountable. For me, some of the things, not basic, I don't want this to be misunderstood, but in the career that I've had, I'm astonished when safety checks is a place that we are not compliant. I'm astonished that we're not compliant in safety checks because people are outright not doing them. I'm astonished that we are not doing safety checks and then it's not documented. But what's even more alarming to me, the rate at which you have safety checks not being done that results in you not being compliant does not, for me, line up with the rate of progressive discipline. Where is the documentation that we are consistently, and I want to be very intentional using the word consistently, that we are not consistently holding people accountable? How do you have a non-compliance rating in room confinement? As a supervisor, I flowed through units. I was not an official supervisor, but I did it for 2 years as a specialty pay supervisor before I left institutions. I was used to every hour either being on the unit or walking through the unit. I can tell you when I arrived here, that's not been consistent. I can tell you that we have people assigned to the facility and some of the practices are not consistent with what I've seen or with what others have seen in the industry standard as far as oversight. I should be, as a supervisor, as a director, on a unit and walking through, why is this kid in their room? I should, at any point in time, be able to go to the documentation and understand why this action's being taken. I can tell you in a review, that's not happening. That's why it's non-compliant. So the accountability piece, initiating progressive discipline when it's necessary, recognizing that you have a culture problem and a practice problem, saying that the chief saying, I'm going to implement a task force because I'm concerned about what I'm seeing in employee behavior. I'm concerned about how we're allowing people in the facilities, some providing services, but also employees. So you establish a task force. And in doing that, since the task force has been established, we have had parents caught bringing in contraband. We have had employees caught bringing in contraband in probation. I'm ashamed to say, but very true. We have had para-educators caught bringing in contraband. We have found drugs through searches. We have had people arrested. We have had people placed under investigation. And these are the actions that we're taking for accountability. To say that, we have deployed bureau chiefs to the facility to adopt campuses at LP. I myself was meeting with them weekly. Ms. Cotton assumed that when I had to continue, and I'll get to the whole BSCC thing, more targeted on that. Every day, briefing with 5 bureau chiefs. Your role today is to go into the unit. I want you to work with the supervisor. I want you to work with the director. I want you to work on structure for kids. I want you to look at the unit schedule. I want you to make sure that people are documenting instances of room confinement if a kid's in a room. I want you to make sure cameras are uncovered and discussing programming. So there's a very broad thing. I know being a member of the public, it's hard to reestablish confidence when you don't see it every day. But there are very aggressive, and I want to say aggressive steps being taken in the areas that I just mentioned because they're important to the chief, they're important to me. This is not an environment that even in 6 months, we expect to be as bad. But changing culture and changing bad habits for large organizations and places and ways that these things have been allowed to happen will take time. We've talked very openly with our unions about the issues and the concerns and about the plans to move forward from the space we are in now. So those are the things that I hope people begin to see the difference in the leadership. Not saying better than prior chiefs, but I'm going to say strategically different, very focused in what we're doing and what we're concerned about, and scratching beyond the surface in training, scratching beyond the surface of documentation, hearing people within the organization say these are some concerns, and digging through those concerns and proactively coming up with things proactively and continuously coming up with things to address those things, to make this organization better and how we produce outcomes for children better.
Thank you for that, Ms. Cotton. Do you have any comment on the quality of leadership of the department and the state of the culture, specifically the toxic workplace that many employees have reported? Since you've been around for so much longer, and I think you just got, more history.
Certainly, I concur with the direction and some of the things that have been discovered in the department. I would say that the masses, as has already been indicated, and I think Chief Epps and the chief also understands that the masses come to do the right thing, and they want to do the right thing, and they should be afforded that leadership. I concur that the training needs to be strengthened. I think we've said that all along. The accountability needs to be strengthened. I concur with everything that is being said and is being done. I think most of the leadership also concurs with that as well.
I thank you for that as well. I think as a leader, I consider myself to be a leader, and I take issue with when I hear leaders talking about problems and they exclude themselves from them. And I have not heard much self-accountability or self-assessment. And not to say that you've had any direct role, but I know you've been around and you've witnessed so many different transitions over the years. And we're in a state of ruin right now, and you must have a deeper assessment of the issue, and at some point look around at you and your counterparts and wonder if you can be doing something differently. So certainly training, but are there different types of training that executive leadership needs in order to transform their perception and their way of doing things? Like, we all need improvement in order to clean from the inside out, and it just sounds like so much of the feedback is concentrated on a level below you, but you can't really do that without it being a reflection of leadership in a way. So
I'm certainly, as Ms. Epps has indicated, I'm in the facility just about every day, if not every other day, in one of the facilities. Again, reassessing my role, reassessing what people have received, reassessing different ways to make sure messaging is correct and understood. I was a little bit taken aback when I found out there was this great space between people understanding the importance and the place that we have arrived in and found ourselves in. There was a huge gap between that understanding. So I knew that we have messaging, and it includes me, of course. It includes me first. Let me say that. I first take responsibility because I take pride in this probation profession, and it is a heartbreaker to see the department in the state that it's in now, a state of ruin, as you have indicated. I do believe that we have the talent and the ability to come back from it, but again, the self-reflection and taking accountability. You're right, I have been around, and we have, as mentioned by the union, have had several various chiefs, various directions that we have been able to, again, support and get behind. We're going to support and get behind this direction. I think this is a good direction because, again, at the foundation is training. It's have we trained people and given them the resources? Have we put the appropriate oversight in various places? Certainly, I want to take accountability for those things that I've had responsibility for, but I am going to say that there have been times that my input has not been the input that has been accepted. My direction has not been, and I'm not the chief. So I have to accept that. And I have to accept the fact that there are times when there are other directions, despite what you think, we have to take. But again, foundationally, I don't think anybody can fight against a training and strengthening the workforce and strengthening accountability. That has to be. When you look at the feedback and where we are with BSCC and just about every other regulatory agency to find ourselves in this position, you can't push back on that. You have to understand that that is the right thing to do.
Thank you for that. Before I leave it to another commissioner, I would just ask, in you doing that assessment, what's one thing you identified in your role that you would like to change to contribute to some of the strategic things you guys want to achieve?
One thing in my role that I would certainly like to see is, again, I think as echo the training, but then the communication and then how we relate and how we, I think it has been very valuable for staff to see us in the facility and hear us say, this is the direction that we're moving in, to again, express the severity and the installation of hope, which is the number one thing in evidence-based with turning anything around, letting them know how serious this is, but at the same time, we can make it and we can move forward. But these are the things that we have to hold each other accountable for. So those things being present, being clear about the direction, again, strengthening accountability and so on and so forth, which putting more skin in the game.
Thank you, Ms. Cotton. Other commissioners?
Commissioner Lewis.
Ms. Cotton, the population reduction efforts, really quick question here. So I did some quick math. The population at Los Padrinos hovers around 285 young people for the past 6 months. Is this population reduction plan that's now implemented going to decrease that? I mean, I literally went and looked at all of the populations and can give them to you specific if you want, but for the past 6 months, it hovers at 285. That's the average. Is this particular plan going to help decrease that number of young people, and are we tracking that? And what is the modality we're using to track it?
We are tracking our efforts, and we do believe that it is. Number one, we know that it has impacted the female population, which is somewhere around 13. I think it was hovering around in the 20s before. So we know that the placement and locating those ahead of time was very helpful. We also learned about the reduction in beds, and we started to work with DCFS and some of our STRTP providers to get more beds online. So we know that it is working with certain populations, our suitable placement, our youth that are eligible for suitable placement. We know that it is working there. But we are going to need to take a deeper dive in other areas. Some of it is having conversations with our superior court around some of these hearings are very lengthy. Some of our kids are fighting competency, and we know that's a lengthy process. And there are some other things that cause the stay in juvenile hall to be a lot longer. However, we do intend to continue that engagement and learn what we can learn. And we do have a team that can do some evaluation and tell us confirm what we believe we're seeing. But we are seeing this work with our youth more that are awaiting placement than
Okay.
any other of our populations.
Thank you. I know one of the other commissioners has a question. I have two more, just real quick. First and foremost, Chief Epps, you're new now. Technically, you've been initiated by fire, so to speak. But I will say, listening to you, as this is you haven't even been here a year. What is it? 4 months? 5 months? It's a breath of fresh air to hear you talk about accountability. I go into the halls, and I have to say, like, I don't paint in broad strokes. I see some incredible staff doing incredible work. However, I also see, and this is a fact, staff hiding out all day long on an 8-hour shift, doing nothing, playing solitaire. That's a fact. And I see other staff where they're supposed to be at, doing what they're supposed to do. So I commend those staff that are doing what they're supposed to do, and I tip my hat to them. But those that are not, that are hiding in the chapels, in the visiting areas, doing nothing for 8 hours, everyone in here is a taxpayer, I believe. That's our money. I'm just keeping it like, being honest. Those are facts. I can give you numbers too if you want. Every time I go in, I do my rounds. Just as I go in, I'm looking to make sure, one, and I've told staff inside this, they locked down 2 of the units when the young men had OD doing right before the BSCC meeting. And so when they locked down those units, no one was allowed in. And I had to go all the way to the bureau chief to get in as a probation commissioner. My purpose for going in was to verify that they at least had access to school and everything else. And I talked to every single youth and staff in those units, everyone. And some of the staff seemed not to like it. And I told them, I said, you should be thanking me because I'm not coming in here to rake you over the coals. I'm coming over here to give you transparency. So if someone was to say that these young people were locked in their rooms all day, I came in and looked, talked to every one of them. They said they did go to school, they did get wrecked. They just were not allowed to have others outside of staff come in. So when you have a commissioner going in for verification, so for the public, because the public, there's a credibility issue here with the department. And I believe I try to walk a balance here where when probation does something right, I'm definitely going to give you all due praise. But when not, such as these staff hiding in chapels, I'm going to speak it as it is. I say all that to say, going back to what you said you named parents, educators, and probation staff that have been caught bringing in contraband. I want to point this out, and there's a reason for it. What you didn't name was credible messengers. And the reason why I point that out is because oftentimes, I know we do this, we do what we call our background checks. We're checking to see what a person's doing in the community. How did they come home? Is this person really sincere about helping and not causing a problem inside? And so I'm asking this because we're coming to this time where people that are on supervision, that have served life sentences, that are still on supervision, on parole, may be told that they can't come into, they're not allowed to come in until they're off parole. I started going in when I was on parole. I see these young people, I have a 16-year-old grandson. I see these young people as my grandkids. Like I'm very protective of them, as is all of my staff. If we set that standard and they're not amongst this list, I think we're doing ourselves as a community a disservice, because these are people that want to give back, that have served long terms, paid their debt to society, had to go through a really hard process to demonstrate that they were no longer a threat to public safety. And now they want to give back. They want an opportunity to fix the communities that at one time they may have wrecked. And so I implore you to consider that when background checks come before you. Is that something you're willing to do? And then the last thing that I'll say is this. Is there a way for us also to look at backgrounds for a way to communicate with backgrounds? Because they won't tell us why a person didn't clear background. I'll close with this, and this is the second reason why I'm asking this question. We had a young man that was in Barry J, went to DJJ, came back and was in the SYTF and was released last March. This young man not only came out and immediately started doing what he was supposed to do, he's now a carpenter, and an apprentice carpenter. He's got his own apartment, and his family lives with him. He's a remarkable young man, 22 years old. And we requested an opportunity for him to go in to inspire, motivate, and convince other young people to follow his path. But he's not on probation, he's off probation also. But because of his commitment offense or something, they didn't tell us, I'm not sure what this one's for, but again, not being allowed to. This is a method that has worked in every area of the United States where credible messengers have been deployed and supported. Is there a way we can figure this out so that you can have more transparency, as what was said at the podium, a lectern, that gives transparency so the public knows what's going on, that gives parents a feeling of safety, and it also, honestly, it gives probation some cover. It does. So those two things, can we find a way to be able to get these people access?
So
So Ms. Epps, just in the interest of time, this agenda item has gone on an hour, longer than it was scheduled for. I'm going to have Ms. Kakani, Commissioner Kakani, ask her last questions, and then you can answer them in a group and hopefully succinctly. Thank you.
Thank you. First, just a follow-up related to the population reduction efforts, right? Like efforts don't mean anything unless they're accompanied by outcomes. So it would be great as these are, I mean, it seems like some of these have been in place, like the structured release plan. I don't know that there's any data necessary for that because I think we've heard enough about the impact or lack thereof related to that. But it would be great, just by way of like creating accountability. If you could share, for example, Commissioner Lewis shared with us that basically the population at LP has remained more or less the same, plus or minus 10 or 15 kids. That's amazing that there are only 13 young women and gender expansive youth who are currently incarcerated at LP, but there are still 270 young folks altogether, far too many predispo youth who are trapped in a place that we know really only causes more harm more often than not. So if we could get some data, right? When this family finding team is finally put together and does something different than whatever it is that you had in place before, how many young folks are getting placed each month? These ZIP DPOs and placement of young folks in STRTPs or short-term residential therapeutic or treatment programs. How many folks are ending up in those STRTPs and staying there and staying out of juvenile facilities, not getting violated? Because my experience is that STRTPs are oftentimes the first folks to call the cops on young folks when they step out of line, right? So how are we ensuring that young people are staying there, that they're supported, that they're not returning back to places like LP? So anything related to data on outcomes, I think would be far more significant than just the reiteration of efforts. Okay, that was one. Two, staffing remains, I think, the largest issue that many of us have concerns about, because even as I tried to read your internal corrective action plan on my phone, which was a little challenging, but so for example, at Barry J, it states that you're going to be, I don't know if it's deploying or onboarding 50 new DPOs by today. So has that happened?
We have deployed 30 managers to the facility. There'll actually be 200 field staff reassigned to the facilities in increments of 60 days. And that assessment to get to the number needed should be completed by next week.
That's for Barry J, or that's between Barry J and
That's
LP?
between Barry J and LP.
So I'm just-
26 managers to LP, 4 to Barry J that were incorporated into the schedule.
So I'm just looking at the internal corrective action plan that stated 50 DPOs would be onboarded by today. Have those 50 DPOs been onboarded by
It's
today?
30.
Okay, so then
There's
the
30.
documentation is incorrect.
So it's correct, but in going through the list, 30 eligible people were deployed.
Okay.
26 to the Los Padrinos and 4 to Barry J.
Right, so but when the documentation says 50, the internal corrective action plan that you provided for Barry J staffing, sorry, let's get to it. Old lady who has to take off my glasses now. Initial plans indicate that BJN will gain 50 DPOs from the first group of reassignments. Superintendent Novak is developing a plan for onboarding all designated staff by March 14th. So that's not correct.
It's correct. Like I said, it's an internal plan. Being transparent, there's not a reason for us not to share it. We hope to deploy 50, but when we assess the number of available managers, we
Okay.
deploy 26 to LP, 4 to Barry J. There will be a second round of deployments, which will have more than 20 people in that deployment for LP and approximately the same number for Barry J.
So that gets us to 25, 24. for
So the
Barry J.
number's correct, but there are 2 rounds of deployments to the facility. This is the first round, which is 26 managers right now to Los Padrinos, 4 to Barry J,
Okay.
and then a separate unduplicated deployment of managers will again be deployed to Los Padrinos, and then the same number to Barry J. So it'll actually end up being more than 50.
Right, but all it says is that 50 DPOs. Okay, so then, sorry, this ongoing plan process, whatever it is just, it's for both facilities, even though it's listed in the Barry J section.
Yes, ma'am, because as I said, in the plans, we have the meeting and both are there and we flow through the corrective action plans. So 50 is a combined number for both facilities. You'll see similar language in Los Padrinos because the comprehensive plan is to deploy the 50, but it's discussed in both things so that we don't lump them into one plan. We want it to be
Okay,
clear.
I
so
guess
it's-
actually the LP staffing plan does not include that. The quote is, overtime volunteers will continue to ensure minimum staffing. So it doesn't really say the 50 part. So that's why it was a little confusing because it
Okay.
isn't reiterated in the LP part.
Okay.
And is the plan then to continue to rely on overtime volunteers to ensure minimum staffing at LP?
To rely on overtime volunteers, to rely on deployed managers, to rely on deployed field staff to fill in the staffing gaps at both facilities. Yes, that's the plan.
Okay. I'm sure you've had the chance to read the Office of the Inspector General's report back related to the escape at LP that happened most recently.
Yes.
And it was very clear that part of the issue is that you have, someone who's been deployed who might not know all the protocols, someone who's on minimum or light duty who can't do what you need them to do. So it feels like we're going to land at the same spot where, sure, you've met your ratio, but in terms of like meaningfully caring for young folks and ensuring their safety, we're not going to be there anytime in the near future, most importantly by April 15th when your 60 days are up. So I understand that you're saying that you believe in this department and that this is the best place to care for our young people. But as I shared with some of my partners and colleagues, it feels like we're playing dress up, right? We're pretending. And so your plan here doesn't feel like it's really connected to developing meaningful relationships with young people, to ensuring their safety, and also thereby ensuring the safety of the staff. And I guess that's more of a comment, but it's so wildly frustrating to A, have to read this on my phone, but B, to be reading things that actually don't feel like they're gonna make a meaningful difference for the safety and well-being of our young folks, despite being a billion, excuse me, not a million, $1 billion department.
Ms. Epps, Mr. Commissioner Lewis had basically a yes/no question. If you can answer that, then we can close this agenda item.
Yes, we're going to address the background process.
So as we close this, the leadership team of the PLC is committed to meeting immediately after a meeting to establish the agenda, which gives the probation department 3 weeks to respond. We anticipate that they would respond quickly and the commissioners can get a view of the information, share questions, provide them to the department, get them back, and then at least have a week and a half to process before the meeting. So when you are here, you get full information, and this doesn't happen again. Being prepared for these meetings is essential for them to be important and to be relevant. I can't even ask my questions. I just can't understand why we didn't start with staffing. I mean, I've received numerous contact from staff with serious points that make me wonder if this is a used Band-Aid. Now, I know no one here will ever apply a used Band-Aid to a bleeding cut because all it gives is an infection. I'm not sure if these meetings are relevant if the department is not going to return with information. I'm disappointed. This has been a long agenda item, and we really don't have the information. And so we're going to re-agendize this item, and it will give the commissioners plenty of time to provide questions and requests for information. It will give the department over 25 days to respond. And I understand that they're in emergency mode, but it's a top-heavy administration. So you're telling me that we don't have administrators below Ms. Epps, Ms. Cotton, that can actually handle these requests and prepare information that is accurate. I'm not sure, but at this point, I'm going to invite the next panelist and apologize for the delay. Agenda item 5, the department will provide an interview of available adult services within the department, including the pretrial program, AB 109, special enforcement officers, which are commonly known as SEOs, and community needs for housing reentry services. Here to present on this item is Deputy Director Howard Wong, Deputy Director Richard Garon, and Jose Osuna, who is Director of External Affairs at Brilliant Corners, an expert on adult and reentry services, and a former member of the, oh, this is incorrect, a former member of the CRIT, which actually was responsible for this body, a subcommittee of the CCJCC that makes funding determination regarding AB 109. Thank you. We will start with Mr. Wong.
Back to present. I'm going to present AB 109. Came out from legislation back in October of 2011. And the first slide provides the our case information data. So since implementation back in October 2011, the department has received and supervised over 69,000 folks. 6,100 of them are
I'm a slide.
Slideshow too. If you are online as we continue, just follow along on the documents that were downloaded. We're going to continue.
As I was saying, 6,100 are split sentence cases. These are folks who are serving their time in county jail before coming out on probation supervision. Our risk tiers for this population, in the beginning, we were not really sure, right? But as they come out and walk through the process of the assessment, our lows and mediums are pretty small. Majority of the folks coming out from state prisons are high and very high. And I'll walk through the process in the next slide. Our active cases as of the end of January is 5,200, 5,222. With 4,955 being on PRCS from state prison, a smaller population of 257 split sentence folks. The next slide is the flow chart for 109. This was developed back in when we started implementation in September of 2011. This actually flow chart is being reworked. That's the plan via the PSRT process. So our current flow is we receive packets from CDCR, 611 packets, 45 to 60 days in advance of release. It goes to our AB 109 PRC located in Alhambra. There we have staff who review their packets for eligibility. Is this person supposed to come back to LA County, right? Or are they supposed to go with San Bernardino, Riverside, Orange County, or sometimes up north? right? Some of these folks have holds with ICE, so we would not see them. With that, there you go, thank you. With that, bullet 4, the PRC sends back to the state CDCR reporting instructions saying, hey, when you are released, report to one of our hubs for orientation and assessment. We did implement video conferencing a couple of years back where we try to engage the folks prior to release with what their needs are. A warm handoff, a familiar face saying, hey, we see that you're going to need housing, so that stuff is being set up prior to release. That is a pilot that we started, and it's ongoing. The folks get released in number 7, and they come to our hubs for orientation. Right, that's on the middle right. We have hubs throughout the county. We started that process early on with 109. So we have one in the AV, Pacoima, South LA, South Bay, and Pomona. So these folks, we try to centralize it where they are closest to their home residence upon release. The hubs do the initial orientation, conditions of supervision. We have co-located partners at the hub, housing, DMH, DPH, SAPC. So if there are resources, needs, the folks from our partner agencies are there to take the referrals. After the hub orientation, as we walk through the process, they report to supervision. If there are no custodial sanctions for 1 year, per law, they're done with us. We are good, right? But they do have a 3-year max. Not a lot of folks will end up with that 3-year max. Majority of the folks are done within a year. So I do have a slide on that with those stats. Next slide, please. So this slide, with 109, there came flash incarceration, revocation, and intermediate sanctions. In multiple work groups and discussions with our partners, there was a thought that we were violating folks, locking folks up, huge numbers, right? But when we provide the stats, it actually played a different story. So the bottom line are our flashes, right? This is actually putting a person in custody for up to 10 days, right? They thought we were impacting the jail population. And when we look for those stats and we track all this, it's usually 1, 2, or 0. I get the stats every day from folks in custody, and it's usually 0. We're not flashing folks. That orange section are your intermediate sanctions. So this is the DPO's ability to actually admonish folks without custody time, right? Adding additional conditions, reporting more frequently, maybe counseling. Then we have our folks on top. This is petition for revocation. So revocation occurs when that person is a danger to themselves or others, or they got picked up by law enforcement on a new felony charge and they are in custody. Slide, please. This is another slide that provides what these revocations stood for, because for the longest time, general public thought that we were not balanced in our approach, right? But as you can see, our revocations by gender is pretty consistent, right? By race, it's pretty consistent. LSCMI score, it's pretty consistent. Our revocation results. The courts concurred with 89% of our recommendation. Right, that's pretty high, meaning the folks we are revocating, actually the court agreed and said, yep, this is right. Next slide, please. This is one of my favorite slides. Slide. Thank you. Earned discharge. I think Chief former Chief McDonald actually termed that earned discharge. These are the folks that upon release did what they're supposed to early. Working, education, case plan was up and moving. 195. We're going back to last year, 195. We're discharged. We're about the 6-month mark, 6-month review. Successful terminations, like I said earlier, folks, no custodial sanctions, matter of law. Look at that number, 1723. Expired in 3 years. That's our lowest number, 166. So these are the folks that, for whatever reason, had a flash, needed additional assistance, and they actually termed out. 166. Then we do have our folks, and you know how hard it is to get back into state prison. We do have our folks that make it back there. 797. Next slide, please. 5 years. This is what we looked at. 5 years. Earned discharge, 417. Successful terminations, 2346. Folks that expired in 3 years because they needed additional assistance, 491. But roughly about close to 1,000 actually went back to state prison. Next slide, please. And there was a question about caseloads. Right? Early onset of 109, we're thinking 50 mediums and highs per DPO. Highs 25 to 20. Right now we're averaging 43 to 1. Ideally, 25 to 30 ideal. Next slide, please. All right, so that was 109 in the nutshell. What stats, what data and outcomes for that population. Our special enforcement operation, 85 folks, department-wide, who's prior to 2020 deployments, their main focus was compliance checks in the community. Right? These are our armed folks and the K-9 folks. So 2022, 2020 on, they were assisting in the juvenile halls. But with that, they were still able to conduct some compliance checks. This is 2022. There are our drug information, number of searches. These guys search a lot of people. They search more people in houses than usually law enforcement, regular law enforcement. Firearm seizures. That's what they took off the streets. 891. 801 handguns, 90 long guns. Prior to the redeployment to the juvenile halls, those stats were much higher. You see that in the last slide. What's some of the anomalies mid-cycle? The enforced warrants and the arrest folks that need to be arrested. Next slide, please. 2023, more of the same. Lot of marijuana. I think when I was here a year and a half ago, there was a comment on why is there so much marijuana when all those laws passed? Grow houses. A lot of grow houses. Search people, firearm seizures, 815. 815. Guns away from folks that are not supposed to have guns. Right? 680 handguns, 135 long guns. Warrants enforced and arrests. Last slide, please. Overall trends. So I asked them, hey, let's go back a couple of years. What does it look like? There's your drug seizures in pounds. The searches dipped in 2020 due to their redeployment to the juvenile halls to assist with that. Firearm seizures, take a lot of guns off the street. That was their primary focus when this program started back in 99, 2000. Warrants enforced and the arrest numbers. That's 109 and the SEO overview in a nutshell. There's only 85 of these folks out there. Thank you.
Director Guerrero.
This mic works, right? Yep. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Executive Director. I guess we started the morning, now it's afternoon. I'm going to provide a high-level overview on pretrial services. I was asked to give some updates, and there's a lot of updates to share. And to give some historical background, pretrial has been around in LA County since early 1970s. In 1992, it was moved to the probation department. So we've been operating for 30 plus years within the probation department. To date, since my last update here, I've done maybe 3 or 4 to the commission. We've had some really fast-moving changes. Our operation is very robust, efficient, and it can't be done without our dedicated staff. We have highly skilled staff that interview, do reports, run criminal records, interact with the court. We're smaller but more efficient, and I like to walk you through those changes. Is the slide gonna? So at one point in pretrial, we had 10 programs, 10 operating programs. And now we have 3 core primary pretrial release programs. They're here, bail deviation, own recognizance, electronic monitoring. And there's some program descriptions in the PowerPoint, but to highlight what each program does and how they function, bail deviation is a pre-arraignment release program, meaning if somebody gets arrested, they can be released prior to their court event. Own recognizance is when somebody has criminal charges filed, there's an arraignment, and then there's a own recognizance report completed for the court consideration. Electronic monitoring can be both pre and post conviction. I have some numbers on electronic monitoring. I know the commission was very interested in electronic monitoring, so I have some updates. Next slide, please. So these are the updates and changes that we've had. We've been in full support of bail reform, zero bail. The bail deviation program does criminal records for law enforcement, for judicial officers that keep zero bail moving. So that's in place. That bail deviation program is operating 24/7, 7 days a week. Holidays are working, and they have 20 staff assigned to that operation. Next one is we made some changes with the court. We went to an on-demand OR report. So I'm going to walk through the updates. So the court makes a demand. We do an OR report. Before we were interviewing quite a few folks, telling the court these people could be potentially released. With zero bail, many individuals are being released at booking or at arrest. So we made that change. We have a new case management system. We've closed 3 programs. We've closed the civil name change program. We returned that back to the court. We closed our drug court assessment program. The courts are not utilizing drug court as they had in years past, so we closed that program. Our supervised release program, where I presented maybe the last time, we closed supervised release. So we no longer have a supervised release program. We have an electronic monitoring program where the courts may place somebody on electronic monitoring. In addition, we transferred non-pretrial release programs to within the department. Those are DNA sample collection and static 99 assessment unit. Both those units have been transferred to within the probation department outside of pretrial. We shifted resources, the last update. We transferred staff within the department, and I have a slide later that will walk us through that. Next slide, please. These are program descriptions, what I covered at a high level. Bail deviation speaks to the penal code where how it's authorized. Next slide, please. Own recognizance. Next slide, please. Electronic monitoring. Next slide. And next slide, please. And I'll go back to that slide. Because there was interest, that one slide, currently 177, that's a typo. So that should not be there. And I'll send a corrected PowerPoint. There was interest with the commission, so I wanted to give you our numbers. We have, it looks very complicated. I'll just simplify it real quick. The big number, pretrial GPS, we have 1,029 as of February 7th. I have up-to-date numbers I could share with the group. It's about the same. And we have post GPS, those are after conviction, 61 on GPS, county jail, 6 that are post conviction, and the rest are alcohol monitoring that the court's ordered. And you see that witness, there's nobody on electronic monitoring as a witness. We have one now. If somebody has a civil contempt court, the court has the authority to place a witness on GPS for a number of reasons. 0, but we have one right now. And those are the numbers. The previous slide gives you each breakout. If you want to go back to the previous slide, please. It just gives you what those categories are. Next slide. Next slide, that one. So currently we have 81 staff operating these 3 pre-trial release programs. Bail deviation has 20, recognizance 29, electronic monitoring 21, the rest 4 administration, support staff, clerical, 7 staff amongst those 3 programs. This is a small number of staff operating very large, complex pretrial programs. Again, bail deviation has a mandate to be there 24/7, 7 days a week. EM, there's more than 1,000 people on the program with 21 people operating that program. And to date, we've transferred, reassigned 66 staff from pretrial within the probation department doing other priority assignments. So we've downsized. We're operating with the court still fulfilling all the court's requirements, and we could not do that with our staff. So I just wanted to thank our staff before I close. Those are my slides. I'm open for any questions.
Mr. Osuna.
I have no slides. I'm not a slide type of guy. So if you need a PowerPoint, you can always email me for one. Staff did provide me with one from Brilliant Corners. I just didn't provide it to you all. So I do apologize for that. I'm going to talk about a couple of different things. First of all, I want to talk about the work that I get to do as Director of External Affairs for an organization called Brilliant Corners. I'll talk about them a little bit. We have a big program, one of the biggest housing programs in partnership with LA County, which is called the Flex Pool. I'll talk about that a little bit. And then we have a specific program that I'll take a little bit more of a deeper dive into, which is our Breaking Barriers program. And that's a program that we actually run in partnership with the County of LA, a few different departments, including the probation department, where we're able to serve adult felony probationers. So a little bit about Brilliant Corners. We're a statewide permanent supportive housing organization. We're celebrating our 20-year anniversary today. I mean, this year. So we've been around since 2004. We were born out of the Bay Area up in San Francisco, and we served primarily adults with developmental disabilities that needed housing. That's how the organization started up there. We developed a very unique model called the Flex Pool. And that's how we partner up with the County of Los Angeles. I'll talk about the Flex Pool and kind of how it works. It's a very unique model. It's nationally recognized. And the way that the Flex Pool works is really in the name. It's a flexible pool of money, flexible pool of funding that Brilliant Corners is given stewardship over. So that includes funding from DHS. It includes funding from JCOD through DHS. It includes funding from other government entities. It includes funding from philanthropy. We like to use the term braided funding. So we really like to look at what are the different needs that people have and how can we find the funding in order to make sure that all those needs are met. Like I said, the Flex Pool has been around now for 10 years. And just some of the impact that we've been able to make at Brilliant Corners over the last 20 years, we've been able to house over 16,600 people. We house 200 people every month. We manage over 262 properties where we put folks in as tenants, and we work with over 70 partner agencies in doing that. And the way that the Flex Pool works is actually a three-prong approach. We acquire units, so we buy properties, we construct properties as well. We have what is called our housing navigation team, which are folks that connect folks with a need for housing with actual housing. So we go around and acquire units and just wait for folks to need them, which is a very short wait because, as we know, the housing crisis is probably the #1 priority that LA County and LA City have been talking about for the last year or two. Some of the work that we've done through the program called Breaking Barriers. So Breaking Barriers is a groundbreaking program operated by Brilliant Corners. It provides housing, it provides tenancy support, it provides case management and employment services to just and impacted adults and families in LA County who are experiencing homelessness. It's a nationally recognized model proven to reduce recidivism and prevent a return to homelessness. National homelessness data shows that just and impacted individuals are at a higher risk of being reincarcerated if they lack stable housing. But many exiting the justice system face discrimination, making it much more challenging to secure employment and navigate the already competitive and costly rental market in Los Angeles County. To support these individuals and their families, Brilliant Corners partnered with the Los Angeles County Probation Department, the Los Angeles County Department of Health Services, the Corporation for Supportive Housing, Chrysalis, and the Conrad N. Hilton Foundation to launch the Breaking Barriers program in 2015. True to its name, the program empowers clients to achieve stability and independence by providing access to housing, tenancy support, case management services, and employment training. The way the program works is that just as impacted individuals and their families are referred directly from probation or other community partners, and once enrolled, are assigned a Brilliant Corners case manager and housing coordinator, as well as a Chrysalis employment specialist. This team works closely together to stabilize and support clients on the path to self-sufficiency with a goal of having clients transition in place, assuming full rental payments at the end of the 24-month rental subsidy and services. The program not only offers initial assistance to clients, but it also provides them with resources to help them maintain stable housing, build a career, and thrive in the long term. We've housed over 600 probationers since the program was launched. We've been able to provide 905 clients with case management and employment services, and we've been able to assist 160 families with children to become housed. I'm gonna end with this on this piece. One of the folks that we were able to help is an individual by the name of Eugene. He's an adult felony probationer. Eugene is now the talented head chef at a well-known restaurant. But as a young adult, he struggled with substance use, cycled in and out of the justice system, and experienced homelessness. His probation officer referred him to Breaking Barriers, where Eugene accessed housing and case management services, as well as job training opportunities that helped him launch a career in the food industry. Housing provided Eugene the stability he needed to excel in his life and career. And here's a quote from Eugene: "I'd like to thank the Breaking Barriers program for being the greatest help in my life, especially when I had nothing. The support system has definitely shown me that life has only just begun with second chances." You know, that's a whole lot. And it's just a very small part of what an individual needs in order to successfully terminate probation, right? Howard talked about some numbers, earned discharge, and these are the 5-year averages that you gave us, Howard. Earned discharges were 417, successful terminations were 2,346, and the 3-year expirations were 491. There were a couple of titles that folks called out as they introduced me. But one of the things that I take a lot of pride in being able to say today is that I'm sitting here in front of you, and I was on probation. I was on felony adult probation for 8 years of my life. starting in 1989. I've had a relationship with LA County Probation since 1989. I've had a longer relationship with LA County Probation than I've had with either one of my wives, right? And as was stated earlier, I was a member of the Probation Reform and Implementation team. And there's been a lot of work that's been done. But obviously, we have a long road in front of us. I was on the PRIT in 2019, and there are issues that we talked about. There was a reform plan that was written up then. It took 18 months out of my life to do that. And a lot of those things either have been ignored or they've been put very, very far on the back burner. And I believe that those are some of the things that have led the department to where they're at, right? That's my commentary on that. But as an actual probationer, I can say that the things that we're talking about today did not exist when I was on probation as an adult. And that's what I'm here to talk about, adult probation, because I think it's overlooked a lot. I was never on juvenile probation. I was never in the juvenile halls, and I'm not minimizing that experience for other people, but I'm not going to talk about that experience because it's not my experience. I don't appropriate other people's experiences. My experiences as an adult probationer, very fortunate. I had 2 probation officers in my life, and I only remember one's name. His name was Tim Kendrick. He's the one that gave me an early termination on my probation. The probation officer that sent me to prison, I don't remember his name. So did he have an impact on my life? Not necessarily, because anybody could have sent me to prison. Tim Kendrick had an impact on my life because he actually sat down and listened to me. He talked to me about what I needed as an adult probationer and what he could give me, which was very little at that time. He gave me. And whatever else he couldn't, he understood that there was a need to connect with community-based partners in order for me to receive what I needed. That's the only way that he was able to help me get off probation early. I went to Homeboy Industries. I'll end with this. I went to a place called Homeboy Industries, and they helped me tremendously with every single piece of help that I needed. They gave me a job. They provided mental health services. They gave me parenting classes. They gave me leadership development classes, all kinds of different things that I needed. And when I told my probation officer that I had gone there, I saw this huge sign of relief on his face, and he told me, well, at least you have somewhere to go. And it was a trek because I had to go all the way from Long Beach, come down here to LA, but it's what I needed. It's what I wanted because I was willing, and because there was a resource there, I was able to successfully terminate. I think that not just for juveniles, but for adults too. And I think we are doing a better job on the adult side. I'm not going to take that away from probation. I think we're doing a better job on the adult side in connecting folks with community-based services, with partners. I think we're making big strides in that area, but there's definitely a lot more work to do because if there wasn't, folks wouldn't be making that return trip to state prison, right? Because I know that's one of the numbers that we really want to bring down. I think we want to bring the other numbers up and bring that one down. So I'll end with that. Thank you for allowing me to share space with all of you today.
Thank you. Before I turn it over to my fellow commissioners, I'd like to thank the presenters today for role modeling for us what a presentation should look like. Thank you, guys. Commissioners, any questions, comments? Mr. Commissioner Lewis?
The SCO operations. With fentanyl being such a huge problem across the country, I'm just curious because I was looking at all of it. Fentanyl is very, the amount of confiscation of fentanyl, do you know why it's so low? Because it seems to be the biggest problem right now, like bigger than cocaine, marijuana, heroin. It's fentanyl that's killing our kids in schools and sadly in the hall, but it's even, and it's not just unique to California. This is happening everywhere.
Agree. And I think it's because they're just not running into them when they're doing the compliance checks, right? I'm not saying it might not be mixed in with other stuff that they found, but just pure fentanyl, They're just not finding them during their compliance checks. These is all compliance checks out in the field, right? So that's my take on this.
Thank you.
Commissioner Terry?
I wanted to clarify, I'm looking at the caseload to DPO ratio as of January 2024. So are these the field officers where this is the pool who get deployed to be inside the facilities right now?
This is current prior to being deployed. So let me take that back. Yes, so right now, the current cycle is 2 deployments per field officer per week. And that's where we're at right now. We're 43 to 1 with that deployment cycle.
Okay, and so how is that deployment, I guess, impacting ability to manage caseloads? Or, you know, we have received some comments just about field officers being deployed and maybe not receiving the training that they should within the halls, within the facilities. And then I'm looking, for instance, at like South LA, the case ratios are already so high, it's like 75 to 1. So I'm just, can you speak to that?
We will probably see more impact with this new deployment cycle of the 60-day cycle. We have preliminary numbers, right? I don't want to speak to it until I actually see it come through on this piece. So I will come back once that deployment cycle goes through to see, hey, yeah, it's a bigger impact than this.
And our staff talking about what some of their challenges have been? I'm saying this in response to comments we've received about.
Yes, it's
related
field
to that.
contacts, it's court reports, it's seeing the clients, right? Because they are actually in the halls right now twice a week. And my partner is seeing my clients as well as theirs for now, right? So it's shorter interactions. So that is an impact right now. But I will have more once that 60-day cycle goes into effect. I can come back and speak that when it happens.
Commissioner Jackson?
Thank you. I have a question about how you all will monitor and actually measure the effects that the deployments are having on field services, like specifically. When you come and report to us, what will you be sharing?
It's case contact, it's court reports, court reports is huge, right? Services being provided, and then it'll be a true test is one of the slides I like. Are these folks, right, still being terminated, right, jurisdiction at these percentages? Are they still going on? Or are they moving towards more, hey, it's a 3-year thing, right? Instead of the 6-month or a year where we are looking at.
Commissioner Kokani?
First for Mr. Wong, can you share I forget what it was called, Flash, is that what it's called?
Flash incarceration.
Flash
yes.
incarceration. Why does that happen? Why would we place someone in custody just for 10 days?
It's in the law where probation can, without going to court, actually put someone in custody for 10 days, up to 10 days.
Right,
max.
the why?
The why can be, it's an intermediate sanction. So it's actually a sanction, right?
Okay.
That it can be levied on a person.
Is there like a protocol? Is there
Yes.
a process?
So
Is
I will
there a-
shoot Wendy our violation matrix. There is a matrix that was developed with 109 that says the criterias for this.
And that's all something that you created, or that's something that came down from like the state?
No,
or-
it's created within the county. We had law enforcement input, the DAs, the PDs. So it was a group effort.
DAs, police, who else?
PD.
PD,
Yep.
sorry.
So it was actually born out of PSRT years ago.
Okay. It was created years ago, you said?
Yes, and updated ever since. But yes,
How often does it get updated?
I think the last update was probably 3 years, I want to say, ago.
Oh, okay. How often does it get updated then? Every 3 years? Every 4 years?
It's whenever it's needed. So I believe the last update was about 3 years ago.
How do you determine need? When you say it gets updated whenever it's needed, I don't know what that means. Vague.
Sorry.
No, when you said it gets updated whenever it's needed, I don't know what that means. Like how do you determine that it needs to be updated?
If there's any influx, right? If we are flashing folks more often, not enough need to make sanctions, that chart that was provided gets looked at all the time. If the concurrence rate from the judges is not high, hey, there's something else going on. Let's take a look at this. Is this being levied inappropriately?
And you have a copy of that? Is that something you
Yes,
can
we'll
share?
shoot it to
Okay,
Wendy.
great. And then the intermediate sanctions, which does not include custody, those are not court ordered. Is that right?
No one out of PSRT goes to court unless there's a revocation.
Okay,
So when they come out, no courts, there's no court interaction unless there's a revocation.
got it. And so those sanctions, like, is there a matrix for that?
It's in the same matrix.
Okay.
Yes.
And so what is the, like, I guess, checks and balance related to that, right? Because the individual, presumably, there's no court case, they don't have an attorney. So one of your probation officers is imposing a sanction. Like, at what point does the probationer, the individual, get to say, that's not, how do they advocate for themselves? Like, you all get to impose that. When do they get to say, no, that's not right, that doesn't feel right? Or is that not part of the process?
That is part of the process, but every intermediate sanction is reviewed and approved by the next chain, like a supervisor.
Right, but that's on the probation side. That's not on the, like,
Right.
like
but
the
there-
individual doesn't have an advocate who can challenge that imposition of a sanction. Is it?
Not unless it's a revocation.
Right.
Where they're actually in custody.
Okay.
Correct.
But you said that matrix is included with the flash sanctions.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. And then I have some questions for Mr. Hiron. Did I pronounce that correctly? Okay. I'm looking at this electronic monitoring pretrial services bureau sheet. And the question on top is, how many adults are currently on electronic monitoring, including demographics? I'm not seeing any demographic data on here.
If you recognize it, that's from a previous slide that I submitted so that I could provide demographics. I think I provided tons of data the last go around. So that was.
I
that
don't know
should
if the
be up to-
demographic data was actually provided. That came up last time, if I recall correctly. Okay, has that been updated? Do you have updated data related to
I can
demographics?
provide updated data.
You what? I'm sorry?
I can provide.
You can?
updated,
Okay,
sure.
that would be great. And then can you explain the county jail item? So 6 folks are in county jail with an electronic monitor?
Sure. So those are post-conviction, sent to the county jail. We work with the sheriff's department and they're released pending their court time. I mean, their custody time. So say they have 30 days county jail.
Mhm.
And they agree to be released, they could be released on electronic monitoring.
For
their
that 30 days? Or I'm not
For
following.
the
you.
remaining custody time.
Okay, but you put the monitor on them when they're
Correct.
in county jail?
Correct. That's been in existence since at least 10 years. at least.
Okay. So let me just see if I have any other questions real quick.
Yeah, and 6 is a very low number. So we've had years back where it was a lot more when jail was overcrowded. So 6 is a very small number.
Got it. And then do you have any data on, like, I don't know, violations or like when it is that how often someone on electronic monitoring gets violated or gets,
I think I provided that last time too, and I can provide it.
yeah, that feels, I mean, ongoing data feels helpful, right? Because otherwise it's just one point in time and we have nothing to compare it to.
Sure.
So are we violating more people than we were before, less people, how many folks are on, and all of that stuff feels helpful.
So we could share that. And traditionally, folks get violated for new arrests, for cutting the straps. Those very few technical violations. It's mostly
It
cutting
would
the
be great.
straps,
Yeah, oh, go ahead,
new
sorry.
arrests. Yeah.
Right, but I mean, just the technical violations, battery dies, whatever it is, it would just be great to see that, to like
Sure.
confirm that statement. Because I think there's been some issue with statements made and data to back it up historically. So that would just be super helpful. That's all.
Any more? Oh, Commissioner Rio?
Thank you, Chair. I want to just start off by saying, Mr. Osuna, Brilliant Corners, very lucky to have you. You're an amazing man, and I'm honored to call you a friend, and thank you for all the work you did here that predates the POC. I want to, maybe this is maybe for Mr. Wong and Hiron. Maybe, Juan, you mentioned other partnerships with the PD's office, DA, other partnerships, county partnerships. But I've been made aware that there's a Accenture is another organization that's helping design and maybe restructure or share information about pretrial. Is there in
Pre-trial?
well, maybe longer, you don't, but it's the Accenture group. Can you share with me any impact that they're having with the planning or design of?
Our department, that's not one of our contracted folks, so I don't have any information on that company.
Okay, thank you. Next question is, and again, I tend to have a different ear when I hear people talk about, I'm looking at gestures and energies, but what I'm hearing very clearly is that there's folks who are in your departments that are being, that are not doing the work that they've been either trained to do, or they've been, that it's their responsibility to carry out. When I look at these numbers here, about 81 that are in one department, but there's 66 have been deployed. That leaves a very small number to do the work in the office. Has there been, I know there's been talk about what the impact would look like, but what is the immediate impact? Can you share about what that's a month, 2 months, few months back, what's happening right now?
So the 81 is the current pretrial staffing, and the 66 have been transferred to other priorities within the department. And we were able to do that because of bail reform, zero bail, the court making OR on-demand reports. So there was a reduction in work requirements, and we made the adjustments to have a more lean workforce, but highly efficient. So we took advantage of some changes in the law and the work demands. That's how.
So this wasn't about deployment. This was more about just leaning out the, oh, wonderful.
This is isolated to pretrial.
Got it.
these
Okay.
Numbers.
Thank you. And Mr. Wong, how does it affect any deployments from your team or your department?
With deployments, it's what Commissioner Kakani alluded to. It's the duration of the contacts, field contacts, the referral for services like DMH or SAPSI services it's still there. It's just time duration. Instead of my caseload, I'm covering mine and my partners who is actually deployed, right? So it's shorter contact durations for now.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kakani.
Just one quick follow-up for Mr. Hiron. So I'm looking at your August 10th presentation, and while demographics were provided for AB 109, GPS clients, there wasn't any demographic data provided for the entire group of folks that were on.
So I think the prior presentation, we provided data to the researcher, so that we could share that again.
Okay, yeah, that wasn't publicly shared, so that would be great.
Any more questions or concerns?
I
Ms.
just have a
Jackson?
follow-up question for Mr. Wong. I wanted to know what the communication looks like between your department and probation when it comes to the training for deployed staff around expectation, timeliness, things like that.
The training, so actually Chief Epps covered it earlier, and I think this was something that came up in prior meetings with the POC when they say, hey, Howard, do your SEO folks have juvenile training, right? And yeah, but it was decentralized. It's not centralized, like Ms. Epps said. So they have use of force. I was there, OC, follow-up, site-specific, specific to the deployment of the SEO staff into the halls. So that has been completed. But when we first talked about this several meetings ago, that didn't click in. It was a decentralized training. SEO had their specific instead of the group, right? Department-wide. So yes, they do. They took the juvenile training for deployments into the halls.
Any other questions? Wendy, do we have any written or live public comments for item 5?
We do have a number of written public comments, and I invite anyone who's in the room to come up to give live public comments. The written public comments are attached to the agenda and have been distributed to commissioners. If you'd like to send in an additional public comment, please send it to info@poc.lacounty.gov. And we've got a few people proceeding to the podium. If you are online and would like to make a comment, please use the raise your hand function or dial *3 on your phone and we'll call you by your phone number. I'm going to put the timer on. Thank you. You can begin.
This is his father, shot in the head from rival gang violence. I haven't heard one thing about prevention, gang prevention, the fear of enemies in juvenile delinquency whole process. My son was supposed to be playing at USC because of a matter through probate that's being dealt with. Thank you, sorry. That's being dealt with, that if Mr. Mundo would have given me the opportunity to provide the documentation, could have clearly seen that he is going to pass away soon from his bullet still lodged in his brain. Marlene Johnson was killed during the shooting in Pico Rivera on Whittier Boulevard. I've lived with this. This isn't I'm diagnosed with mental health disabilities, but I'm also a mental health advocate with NAMI. And my son has also been admitted on an adolescent 5150. He entered his adulthood a convicted felon. And if there could be some sort of community, and the shooting was published with the LA Times because she died. And these are all measures that are 100% preventable for my son. When his father passes, my fear is the retaliation in that area. And now that I'm listening to all the presentations, I had assumed that El Rancho High School was a common denominator of almost every rival gang member in Pico Rivera. But now that I'm listening, you guys have an opportunity to change that as well. Because of the position of the respect that I feel you all should deserve. Everybody messes up. Just be accountable for your mess up and do better. And but you are in a position of leadership and in a position of influence on these children that don't have to die. His friend was shot. He was 16 years old. My son was on his way back. He came with me for about a week, and I'm from Orange County. He was on his way back with a loaded firearm. My jaw dropped. So just do what you can with your positions and help the gang violence, please.
Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate hearing your voice. Good afternoon, Thomas.
Hello. I just got a quick question for the pretrial services. I see you said it's a complicated position and, they got a lot of work to do. So I just wanted to ask, if you have the 81 there doing the job and the 66 reassigned, how come the 66 couldn't be reassigned to help the 81 and continue doing the job in their capacity instead of doing clerical work? That's the only thing I wanted to add.
Thank you. And we can have a chance to respond to those comments afterwards if the panelists, if Chair Mundo wants to. Go ahead.
Dwight Thompson. It was nice to see the presentation of AB 109 SEO. It's nice to see all the hard work that the probation department is putting into the community. Our deputies work diligently to make sure that those that in lieu of incarceration has said they want to be out in the public. So with that, we go out and we do those searches, and those searches are beneficial to not only the probation officer that can't make it, but to the community at large, because some actually don't do what they're asked to do on probation. And rescuing a family and taking drugs out of a house, taking a gun out of the house, that is a benefit of probation being allowed in that home and to search that home. There was a question about the fentanyl issue, and we run across a lot of things when we go in the houses, but testing certain things for these chemical substance is something that I think probation is starting to get into. The stats on the board were from 2022, 23, and we need to invest more so that we can detect what fentanyl is and how it's located. We find a lot of pills and everything in the homes that we're in, but without those testing kits, without being able to detect it, we're overlooking something that we possibly should have taken out the house. So that would be an explanation for that. I listened to the flash incarceration questions. These are punitive and they're not just flash, hey, you did something wrong. The probation department, the state said that in lieu of the AB 109 population, probation is on the side where once a individual comes in and he errs one time, he errs two times. I know my time is up, so if you want a further explanation on it, I'll gladly give it to you, and I think I can resolve that question. But I'd like to say thank you to the presenters.
Thank you. I'm gonna
That
have
was
to
nice
stop you.
seeing that.
Thank
Hey,
you.
You got it.
Okay, we're going to go online. We have 4 commenters online, Chair Mundo, and I think we can cut it off with those 4 who have signed up. So they are Teresa Soria, Lupe Ross, a call-in user with a number starting 626, and Crystal Jones. So we'll start with Teresa. We're going to unmute you. You may need to unmute yourself. Teresa, can we hear you?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, you can begin.
Yeah, so I know that our management or upper management had stated that the adult field services, well, I'm adult field services, I'm an investigator, and my office functions as we're investigators, so we investigate pre-pleas, we do bench warrants, we do early dispositions, and we're in court mandated by 1203.7 PC. Our office is basically being disseminated, and we do have a lot of deputies in our office, but forcing us to go into the halls is one thing, because the halls is not going to be fixed in 30 days, because we can't make miracles happen. We do need help from everybody. Yeah, it's all hands on deck, but we cannot deny our clients due process. We cannot, because they're still innocent until proven guilty. So we have to investigate our cases, and we can't just pull our officers and not have, I mean, there's piles of DA packets in our office because half of our office got sent to the halls. So I just wanted to just pull back some officers, because we definitely need our officers in our office. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Lupe Ross. Lupe, can you unmute yourself?
Okay,
You can begin.
okay, thank you. You know, I just have one statement, the SEOs. I've heard the presentation. My main concern is this. SEOs are armed. I do not want to see an SEO armed in a juvenile facility, in a camp facility. As it is, there's too much violence going on. And if we really want to be real with each other, some of these youth outweigh some of these officers that are working. And the potential for violence to happen at any time. And if an officer, these SEOs are on probation grounds, they should not be carrying no arms. It's too big. And plus, I think it's against the law. But I do not want to see armed SEOs on juvenile or campgrounds at all, period. That's it for me.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. Deputy Chief Epps, I'm actually going to ask you to answer that question right now, please.
There are no guns allowed in any juvenile facility. It's against the law. So you have to properly secure your firearm before entering the facility. And if you're working, obviously, people just don't bring it.
Thank you. Okay, next we'll go to call-in user number 9. Your number starts with a 626. You need to dial *6 on your phone to unmute yourself. We're going to unmute you, and then you dial *6, and we should be able to hear you. Does it look unmuted, Ismael? Call-in user number 9, your number starts with 626. I think we can hear you now.
Thank you, Los Angeles County Board. Yes, there's solid statements stated from the community and also from the workers and staff members as well. My concern as a parent and also my concern is over pretty much the guns, the cold bodies, and the drugs and sexual activities, mornings and nights. It's just mysterious times that it could happen anytime. So supporting the repair for the youth and great pretty much value the ownership of the rehabilitation for the youth. I observed, acknowledge, and sell knowledge the children's brain's development has grasped differently by the process during that time. So they are forgetting who they are, and they're forgetting who, what background they're coming from. So they have an illusion of believing that their hometown is pretty much in a reality. They're not living in reality of what they're coming into. So I want them to know that the top staff members do need to be in front line. The ones who are sitting in the office should be trained in planning and management of facilities, because the data rates of all businesses from different facilities are poor investment since decades. So I believe that the solid statements that are facts and truth on our community, and we should put an effort on making better changes and leaderships and take our own acknowledging everyone around the circle. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to finish up with Crystal Jones. Crystal, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. You can begin.
Thank you. Crystal again. Thank you, everyone. In reference to the last call, I had similar comments. I was interested to find out, can grassroots orgs and agencies be included to ensure we are using all resources to fixing and improving our care, juvenile house, even our adults clients that are on probation. I remember one meeting you guys mentioned how you were going to have lived experience in community organizations or community leaders be involved in this improvement plan and strategic plan moving forward. I didn't hear any follow-ups to that. My concern is, I love the presentation, I love the data, but my question and concern is, how would that improve the system? How would that intervene to improve that the safety measures for our youth and our concerns that they're dying in our care and on even the breaking barriers? I'm concerned to ask questions. Where is that advertised? How do you get involved? How do you contact these people to even get in these programs? To ensure that we don't have the same things be repetitive pattern. I'm very interested in being involved. I'm not even sure an access point on how to get involved. So how is that information shared? So the agencies or people with lived experience or mentorship backgrounds or coaching or whatever the asset is to help the intervention service community and our probation department. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal.
Commissioners, any further questions or comments? Okay, so seeing none, thank you, panelists. It was a very, very nice presentation.
Hi, thank you. Take care.
Are commissioners available to stay past 1 for a few minutes to finish this up? Well, Mr. Lewis, enjoy the rest of your day. We are now moving to item number 6. We will hear an update from PLC staff on efforts to increase programming, focus on substance use, disorder treatment, and harm prevention efforts, including Narcan and probation juvenile facilities. Dr. Gongora, please proceed with your presentation.
Um,
Oh. Okay, we good? Okay. So thank you, commissioners, for having me, and thank you for your motion to instruct us to do this work. In January, POC staff formally began this survey to understand kind of the universe of substance abuse-focused programming and interventions that are currently available in probation's facilities. I've been monitoring patterns of these programs and services for months now, on a little bit more of an informal basis, basically really prompted by the understanding that we are facing a public health emergency in the county of Los Angeles. We know that we lost a young person, Brian Diaz, within the last year. And recently, I've come across research that's showed us that LA County is currently #2 in the nation in adolescent opioid-related deaths. So we are certainly in a crisis in our facilities and in the communities that we live in. So all of this work has been conducted in pairs, including myself as the one fixture, and then I have been joined by Probation Oversight Commission staff, a commissioner, and also colleagues from Office of Child Protection and Office of Inspector General. So the process of the work is that we've been looking at probation's programs and services calendars, and then we show up to the facilities. Oh, specifically the facilities we've been looking at are Los Padrinos, Barry J. Nydorf, and Dorothy Kirby Center. Because if you look at the numbers of the population, that's really where the majority of our young people are. So that's where the majority of services should be delivered. We've been showing up to those facilities at a rate of about once or twice a week to observe the programs. We interview young people that have participated, and we interview the providers. We also interview probation officers. And we also take some time to talk to the young people who choose not to participate, because we want to have a deeper understanding of what any barriers that are happening, why they opt out. So after monitoring these calendars for some months now, we've seen that the majority of substance-focused services are being provided by the Department of Mental Health and Tarzana Treatment Centers. Tarzana is functioning under a contract with DPH SAPSEED, Department of Public Health, Substance Abuse Prevention and Control. DMH calls their group services psychotherapy groups, so I just want to be clear that I'm including that in what I'm talking about here. So since January, we have tried to observe 11 different sessions of substance programming at these 3 facilities, and of those 11, just 5 have actually occurred. We've taken a lot of care to allow for the flexibility that we think sometimes needs to be exercised in the facilities, like if somebody's going to show up late to do the program, or if things need to get rescheduled, right? So we've taken the care to show up early to units. We wait around when no one has showed, and we sometimes take the time to walk the whole facility and come back an hour or 2 later and see if anything has occurred or been rescheduled. But we're not finding that that's what's happening. So despite these numbers, the 5 out of 11, I still have to remark that this is better than what I was seeing in visits in November and December, when I was, just doing auditing of the calendars without observation. I've provided feedback to the superintendents of both Los Padrinos and Barry J. They have both provided some actionable steps about what they are doing to make this right. And I can say that I have seen, even just as of this week, that at Barry J. Nydorf, they are pulling out all the stops to try to get those calendars right and trying to align, through multiple revisions and trying to have communication with their partners. They're really trying to get right what's written on that calendar to the reality of what is occurring in the units. So during the visits, in addition to observing any programming, we're also asking about officers carrying Narcan. That's also been a huge improvement very recently, and I especially want to shout it out for Los Padrinos. most officers have it on them. I'm also following up with young people to ask them about Narcan. So a lot of young people have mentioned to me at this point that they would be very interested and open in being trained on how to administer that. Some of whom have remarked that they have an interest because they have seen within the facilities somebody overdosing. They have seen it in their communities, and some young people also remark that they'd just like to have a skill that might possibly save somebody they love in the future. DPH SAPSI has been conducting some trainings within both Barry J and Los Padrinos, but those have been happening on really small scale kind of events. So not everybody has been trained. We've still got a ways to go there. I've also been inquiring about the availability of medication-assisted treatment for young people at these facilities. On Tuesday, I actually heard some very good news about Juvenile Court Health Services doctor who's visiting. They visit the units and talk to young people. And it was remarked to me by a probation officer that he had overheard on multiple occasions that this doctor was having some really open, non-shaming, non-judgmental kind of conversations with young people and just openly offering them and making them aware of the full scope of treatments available to them during their incarceration. So in all, I think that these 5 observations is a pretty small sample yet to draw too many conclusions about how well what's being provided is working or not working for young people. So the plan for now is to simply continue these observations and then, of course, to come back and report back to you and provide some written report as well in the coming months. So
Thank you, Dr. Gongora.
thank you.
Before we go to public comment, commissioners, any questions or statements?
I did. One, thank you for the work that you're doing on this. I wanted to ask how the parents, as far as you know, how are they being educated on the treatment options available to the young people?
I don't have a lot of awareness of that. So one of the questions that we have been asking the providers or the clinicians or whoever's providing is, is there any aspect of this program that includes speaking to the participants' families? And we also ask about if there's any discussion about follow-up when a youth is released. And so far, the consistent answer to that has been no.
Commissioner Kokani?
Just one question about the 5, I guess, sessions or groups that you did observe.
Sure.
Were those being administered by DMH or the Tarzana Treatment Center people?
Both.
Okay.
Both. I think we observed 1 Tarzana and 4 DMH.
And there's no understanding as to why the other 6 kind of sessions groups did not occur?
There have been some reports offered both by probation officers and other probation leadership that we've talked about, some of which it could be a simple lack of coordination and communication between partners. We have had reports that there have been last-minute cancellations. We have been informed that some people believe that certain things on the calendars have been in the past placeholders, just something that's put there and hasn't been acted upon. Those are some specific things that I've also talked about with those superintendents. And I have to say, for the month of March, we have largely seen, as I've said, the calendars have looked like they've been made more accurate, which in a lot of ways means it looks like less is being provided in the way of substance abuse group programming. And I really want to specify group programming because I do believe that both Tarzana and the Department of Mental Health are really effectively doing individual treatment, but it seems like group is the weak point.
Wendy, do we have any written or live public comments for item 6?
No written public comment. We're going to limit the live public comment and on video to 1 minute, just given the time. And remember that we're talking about the substance use disorder treatment.
Hello again. So I would definitely encourage some type of program where it reiterates the family, the parents, the mother, especially the father, because they probably know the child best, and just to include them more into that type of process with drug abuse. My son was extremely honest. I'm so proud of him when the judge asked him, because he's not supposed to smoke marijuana, but he did, and he told the judge the truth. And that's my son. That integrity where you tell the truth. You may get in trouble, but at least it's better than lying. You can hold your head up high. So definitely bringing in the parents into that type of process, into drug abuse, is most definitely supported and recommended. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any online public comment? Okay, Teresa and Lupe, those are the same commenters from the last item. So we're going to unmute you to see if you still want to give public comment on the substance use disorder. Teresa, we'll unmute you first.
Yeah, would they be able to assist in court-ordered drug testing, like swab? I don't know, because fentanyl is a very new crisis that we're in right now. Would they be able to regularly help, and a probation can assist, whether it's urinalysis or swabbing of the mouth, and then from the beginning when they get in to when they get released, if they're actually, the treatment is helping, and also for therapy for to get the drug treatment, and because it's really, I think it's pretty hard to find these fentanyl, because it's very it's new to me. I don't know a lot about it, but it's destroying our kids, and so if they could assist, and we can assist as well with the drug testing and treatment, and it can be court ordered. Thank you.
Thank you. Lupe, can you unmute yourself?
Okay, thank you. I really want to say this, first of all, this presenter and the presentation before, it gave me some hope. It really did. But now on this item 6, I want to know if the commission has been given the names of the programs, what they're supposed to deliver, and how in their program statement. Because I would like to be one of those that would like to review them and know exactly what they're supposed to be delivering in these juvenile halls and the camps also. That's all I have to say on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Gongora, can you respond to those?
At this point, we haven't been
Seventh, 2023. The data set had several limitations, including the fact that it was a snapshot of one day. It did not contain information about youth disposition to camps, and it did not contain contextual information like the LA Detention Screener Risk Assessment Score that would have helped us develop a deeper understanding of the youth detained at the halls. However, even with those limitations, we believe that the data set contains useful information to help us begin to develop a profile of the youth in probation's juvenile halls. There were 342 youth detained in the halls on July 27th. Of those 342 youth, 62 were SYTF youth. So we've excluded those youth in our report to focus on the remaining 280 youth who make up the juvenile hall population. One of the most profound observations from the data set was the extent to which Black and Latino youth are overrepresented in the juvenile hall population and disproportionately impacted by the juvenile justice system. This issue is especially acute for Black youth. According to census data, African Americans compose 9% of LA County's total population, which includes all age groups. Furthermore, according to data from kidsdata.org, Black youth make up about 7% of the county's total child population. However, based on the data set we received from probation, Black youth account for 37% of the juvenile hall population, which is about 5 times their population in community. In contrast, white and Asian populations in the County of Los Angeles both outnumber that of African Americans. Again, referencing data from kidsdata.org, white youth account for 20% of the county's youth population, yet they only represent 4% of the detained youth in our halls. And to be clear, we are not advocating for the incarceration of one group over another. However, what the data set reveals is that our local juvenile justice system, which includes other stakeholders beyond the probation department, creates severe racial disparities that disproportionately impact and harm our local African American community. It's also worth mentioning that scholars from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte have noted that no study to date has found that youth of color commit more serious crimes at rates that would explain their overrepresentation in the juvenile justice system. The data set from probation contained zip codes of where the youth resided prior to being detained. The most common areas where they live are South Los Angeles, which is the city of Los Angeles, Southeast Los Angeles County, which is a cluster of small cities such as Southgate, Bell, Downey, and others, and the Antelope Valley, which encompasses both cities and unincorporated areas, including Leona Valley, Lake Los Angeles, Lancaster, and Palmdale, to name a few. To better understand the socio makeup of these areas, we use the University of Southern California's Neighborhood Data for Social Change portal to allow us to compare these regions to countywide benchmark data. And based on this comparison, we see that these communities have high concentrations of Latino and African American residents. They have above average concentrations of poverty. For example, the median income in these communities falls well below the average income for LA County, and they have higher than average unemployment rates. As many researchers have observed, poverty is a key factor that contributes to justice system involvement. And although incarceration touches all communities across the County of Los Angeles, the impact is most profound in the 2nd Supervisorial District, and namely in South Los Angeles. Scholars at USC have noted that the South LA region has been saddled with decades of discriminatory policing, a worsening affordable housing crisis, and economic inequality that has continued to suppress the community. The Annie E. Casey Foundation has reported that the national average length of stay for pre-adjudicated youth is about 27 days. We calculated the day between the youth's intake day and the date with which we received the data to try and estimate the average length of stay for LA County youth. And our best guess is a median of 87 days and an average of 5 months. This is important because research from the National Bureau of Economic Research reports that pretrial juvenile detention increases a young person's likelihood of felony recidivism by 33% within 1 year. Their research also reports a 31% decline in the likelihood of graduating high school, thereby significantly impacting or reducing the youth's future earning potential. The longer a youth is detained, the more prone they are to suffering substantial long-term harm that has lasting and negative impacts to their mental health and their long-term economic stability. So, in summary, the data revealed that an overwhelming majority of detained youth are Latino and African American. In fact, 94% of the youth within this data set were either Latino or African American. And they come from communities, that have struggled with economic inequality. And although this is a countywide problem, it is most acute in South Los Angeles. The pre-adjudicated youth or pretrial youth are detained for substantially long periods of time in which their rehabilitative, academic, and pro-social needs are not being adequately met, as has been reported frequently in reports from the POC in our inspection reports and publications from the Office of Inspector General, also known as the OIG. Within this data set, 86% of the youth who were detained had a case pending disposition status. The data shows that it's kids from struggling communities who are being detained. And public reports from the Department of Mental Health have shared that our youth who are detained have a high probability of suffering from mental illness and child welfare involvement. These are the youth who are detained in our halls. Furthermore, research shows that given the many harms that youth incarceration causes, there is actually little to no evidence to show that detaining youth makes communities safer. And some of those harms include the development of negative self-identity, exposure to unsafe environments, the worsening of pre-existing mental health challenges, and the trauma of being separated from family and community. And so, in closing, we know that the Board of Supervisors have spearheaded a number of initiatives to address racial inequity in the county and to transform our juvenile justice system. We urge the Probation Department, as well as other agencies in our local juvenile justice system, to mitigate implicit bias in policing, increase the use of diversion to reduce disparities and reduce reliance on youth incarceration, decarcerate the halls to reduce the number of youth who are unnecessarily exposed to the harms of the current system, and to continue investing in community-based preventative measures in historically underserved communities to address the underlying problems that increase the likelihood of justice system involvement. Our report will be released soon, and our second report will explore the alleged charges of the youth detained. And we will offer additional recommendations. Wendy, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. And I would just like to really encourage people to read Ms. Smith's report. Donisha has put extensive effort into this. I will share that I recently attended a restorative justice learning exchange with Supervisor Mitchell's office around reparations. And among the list of items that she listed as reparations, focused on repairing harms created by a legacy of slavery in this country was data. It was beautiful to see that. And I'm very proud of our team, and in particular of your work, Donisha, of being a part of repairing harms through sharing truths through data. So please read the report and share the report, and thank you for allowing us to do this.
Thank you, Donisha. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Okay,
Thank you
Wendy?
so much for this. It's really, it's incredible. And also a tragedy that this is the state of affairs, and that in July of 2023, we had, I think, 280 young folks at LP, and as of last week, we had like 278. So it's hard to remain hopeful, but thank you for all of this, and I hope that folks take a moment to read it and really let it sink in terms of how we're serving our young folks.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to advocate in any way I can.
Wendy, do we have any written or live public comment?
I might suggest with Amra's approval that we take public comment, both the general public comment and comment on this item. That seems reasonable? Yes. Okay, so we'll take at this point any general public comment or specific comment on Ms. Smith's report. I don't see any in the audience. Do we have anyone online? No, we do not.
With that, we'll move to matter agenda item
Okay, James, we're going to unmute your line.
Terrific, thank you. I'm going to just have one question. What are the age disparities? I heard, I didn't read the report, so I stand corrected if it's in there. But what are the ages? And that's my only question. What are the ages? Thank you.
For the question, I believe the youngest detained youth was 13 and the oldest was 22. And about 55% of the youth were 17 or older.
And it is in the report, James. I hope you'll
Okay.
read it and give us all your feedback on it. We want to hear it.
Oh, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, given that we've consolidated 8 and 9, we are going to thank you for joining us and sharing your comments. As a quick reminder, be sure to follow us on social media and subscribe to our YouTube channel at LA County POC. To receive reminders about our upcoming meetings, visit our website at poc.lacounty.gov to subscribe to our emailing list. Can I have a motion to adjourn today's meeting?
Quorum, do we have a quorum?
Well, we adjourn.